Connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we'll go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we'll deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiescenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector Russia, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion African fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the Naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
With the theme, Leveraging Customs Enforcement to Enhance Revenue Generation with Transparency and Accountability, an ICPC Perspective, the lecture, held at the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A, Ikeja, brought together officers of the Nigeria Customs Service and top officials from the ICPC. The Public Relations Officer, A.O. Hussaini, opened the event by introducing dignitaries, followed by welcome remarks from Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu, head of the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A. Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owoni, convener of the session and Zonal Head of Operations for Zone A and C, underscored the significance of the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, which represents the ICPC within the Customs Service. There was also a brief remark by Mary Omonoya, a Principal Superintendent at ICPC, representing the Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner, Chukura Alexandra.
My honor to welcome you all to this important engagement on leveraging customs enforcement to enhance revenue generation with transparency and accountability. Today's gathering reflects our shared commitment to building a more robust, responsive, and integrity-driven Nigerian customs service.
She charged the NCS to ensure that enforcement activities within the Nigeria Customs Service must be grounded in the principles of accountability and ethical conduct. In her lecture, Dr. Hadiza Rimi, Principal Superintendent PE&E, ICPC Lagos, stressed that public perception, transparency, and quick open accountability remain major obstacles to effective customs operations and public trust.
So we have what we call ACTU, just like you have here, and those people hosting the event today. So the ACTU is responsible in checkmating potholes, or loopholes rather, in MDAs, in ensuring that there's compliance and in ethics in institutions.
Dr. Rimi also drew comparisons between Nigeria and Ghana in Customs Governance Index. Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu shed more light.
Average custom officer is, I think, among those that is doing the selfless service. That's why when you see people pushing that they should do this to customs, they are not out of context. We generate revenue. So if you are generating revenue, you are seeing it pass. Okay, like we said, those you think will cut corners. When after cutting their corners, what we try to do, we sanction them. Like I said, I mentioned somebody as that level dismissed. And no organization in Nigeria that had done that. No organization. I remember when I was in that operation SOUQ, that is what I do. 9 officers were dismissed at one time.
He further gave more clarifications to the issues highlighted. When SOUQ News TV asked how the service supports small business exporters, Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu pointed to recent reforms, including port redesigns for export focus, revitalized rail systems to ease cargo movement, and reduce checkpoints. He urged Nigerian exporters to prioritize global quality standards. He also highlighted perception management strategies by the Customs Service. In his closing remarks, Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owoni thanked participants and urged the ICPC to extend similar trainings to officers on the field, not just administrative staff. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Nigeria occupies a 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO. Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients, among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily, owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, this is driving local production of coconut, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing, and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconut in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was yet to fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it plans to stay ahead in growing the coconut, in growing the commodity in the country, while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Coir, the fiber from coconut husk, is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats, and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Ms. Chune Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022, owing to its health benefits, and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge, according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100%, from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking, and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komalafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of SOUQ Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His root is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
Sir, I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course, okay? And the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university counselors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And they thought since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the esteemed University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in a garage, okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat, okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above, you understand, instead of starting. A lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing WHQL certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Akers' entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Akers' strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by SOUQ in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with SOUQ's retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Ake's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Eke's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur. He hasn't started, he has an expensive car. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
Thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that to be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scale through the legislative processes, and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products, there's going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 15 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that they are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed up so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for this year. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because like I mentioned earlier that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted. So, which means that, and these products, they are products that commonly, they are everybody really, but more of a masses, low-income earner will not, the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some products that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of analog. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Yeah, well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. Is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soil of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold, then you also come back to the tax to be paying. So it is a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year. The chairman. SOUQ. Yes.
How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. SOUQ is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading. Look at the target, the businesses also. Are they failing? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17th May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police, AIG, in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Furs, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then, upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion. In 2005, during the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with Duke Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IATO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope, and trust in the future, Eagle plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsovereign moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of his crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration. This dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and based revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains, philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, Choiseul, based in France, topping the ranks of the Choiseul 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side
let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape. Hello, good morning, and welcome to your regular breakfast show. This is yours. Yes, we're just here trying to make sure that you enjoy it. This is SBL. We always tell you had a hashtag in front of it, and it's SOUQ Business Landscape. It's a very beautiful, beautiful day, and Lagos is cool. It rained on Monday. What a way to start the year. Now, for those that are wondering, on SBL today, we'll be looking at our budget and talk about debt servicing. Now, there's a projection that in the next 2-3 years, we will spend almost 91 trillion on debt service. We'll talk about that on this particular table and ask ourselves some major questions. We'll also move ahead and talk about import of PMS, diesel, petroleum products, and ask directly who exactly is supposed to be profiting on this particular issue. There are a lot of ups, downs, agrees, disagreement on it. On SBL, we will talk. Now, we don't want to talk alone. We want you to be part of this conversation. So don't just sit there, watch, and enjoy it. Go to our social media platforms, all of it, and look for SOUQ News Television. Sign up. It's not difficult. Just click. Follow us. Share is very important. And let's talk. I'm not alone on this table today. My name is SOUQ John Rogers SOUQ. I have a very beautiful lady here. She can't run. Swift, good morning.
Good morning, SOUQ. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Good morning, doctor. I was fact when you started the introduction, I wanted to start hitting the table. Then I remembered I wasn't at a club side, cheering for my favorite football club. By the way, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. According to Prince Hamlet, to be or not to be, today we are going to be discussing issues and we're going to be analyzing if some of these issues will move forward or they would be broken down on this table. Better analyzed and sent to presidency so that they can finally get results of those things they couldn't figure out, but that we figured out. My name is Swift Aderinda.
Serious, to be or not to be, that is the crux of the matter. Yes. Yes, the Oracle is here too. He's traveled far and wide, but hey, he can't run away. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, SOUQ. Good morning, Swift.
Good morning, sir.
Good Nigeria. In our lifetime, we'll see a nation that works.
Amen. Yes, so let's hit the first story for today. Now, it has to do with fiscal policy. Nigeria is to spend over 91 trillion on debt servicing. This is coming from the federal government projection. That's by 2028. Nigeria is projected to spend over 91 trillion on debt servicing between 2023 and 2028 under the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration. Now, according to official budget and fiscal planning documents, the figure drawn from debt service allocation in the 2023 to 2025 budget and projections in 2026-2028 medium-term expenditure framework underscores the growing burden of public borrowing. Analysts are warning that the country's persistent weak revenue performance, coupled with high interest obligations, may continue to constrain public investment and fiscal flexibility. Okay, now let's put this down to figures. 2023, the budget for debt service was 6.56 trillion. We ended up spending 8.56 trillion. Now for 2023. 2024, in the budget, we had 8.27 trillion. We ended up spending 12.63 trillion. In 2025, which was last year, the budget was 14.32 trillion. First 7 months, we spent 9.8 trillion in debt service. But if we look at this particular way we've been going, we have been servicing this debt more than we put in the budget in the first place. We don't miss it. But we are missing what we want to spend on capital projects. We are missing what we want to spend on some other social welfare projects. To be precise, last year, 70% of capital projects were moved to this particular budget cycle. But we didn't miss the debt servicing. This trend, should we be scared?
Well, I don't think there's anything that's scary about it. It will be scary if you are not able to service at all. And I think that's why it is. If you are a lender and somebody is borrowing money from you, and then it's meeting its obligation, you are not at risk. You only come to be at risk if the person who is lending now how that the borrower is not able to pay, service the debt. So that's where the challenge really will be. But I think that we also must not forget the fact that politicians are also always on pressure to spend. People want good roads. People want hospitals to work. People want good schools. People want salaries to be paid handsomely. And all of this, nobody actually say, I'm asking for more money. Where will the money come from? Which is a bigger problem that the countries of the world currently face, and not just Nigeria. Because when you look at the debt burden across the globe, you find that everybody is up to the neck when it comes to borrowing. There's no nation that is free as we speak. Even Saudi Arabia, that seems to be very profitable, is also debt-ridden. Look at UAE. They are debt-ridden. America, the biggest economy in the world, has debt overhang of over $38 trillion. China, the second biggest economy in the world, is debt-ridden. So there's no country that is free of debt.
Yeah, but these countries are productive countries.
You see, to a very large extent, we are also productive. There's no country that is not productive. Countries have things that they are doing that is sustaining their economy. If they are that productive, they will not be borrowing. American debt to GDP is over 112%. We have not got to 50% as a country. So what I'm saying is that countries will continue to borrow. And the reason why we are borrowing is that there's so much pressure. And I have always advocated this. I was telling somebody yesterday, we have not seen the worst. Because as long as...
Should we look forward to seeing the worst?
Oh yes, the worst is coming. Because as long as governments are becoming more socialistic in their orientation and abandoning what should be their core responsibility of mediating between citizens, this problem will be there. And what happened is that, like Ray Dalio has argued in his book, once debt overhang increases, it leads to internal conflict, it leads to external conflict, which necessarily leads to war. And that, of course, will bring a lot of destruction. And then, of course, we will have to rewind again and see how we can rebuild nations and see if we can come out of debt. So, but I think this is just the issue. We're making citizens more lazy. I was telling somebody recently in France, where, of course, some people believe that government had to intervene, because if you have a child in Paris, first 3 years, government give you some subvention to take care of the child. And see what people are doing. Especially people from our own side of the divide, they go there and keep having children every 3 years to continue to benefit from that thing. So you can imagine what that means for government. So people have 7 children, they have 8 children, because they have to continue to draw from the government. And this is where we are as a country. See, government ought to live by taxation. So when they bring money, then government spend for those who are doing the administration of the city. But here right now, if people are sick, we want government to take care. If people are at home,
do we really want government?
We want government to take care. You see, this is the same reason why you see, I think it was late last year, that even in England, they have to delist some certain people and say, look, we don't want them to be on a government social security scheme, because these people, they are not sick, they don't have a hand at that court. So why will government be taking responsibility of people who are able-bodied? People must be able to design and find a way to live. And I think this is the real issue. So you are asking for good roads, you are asking for good healthcare system, you are asking for good education, but you are not thinking about where the money is going to come from. And because, of course, government also want to look good in the face of the people, especially in the face of the opposition, to see that they are doing things well, then they get into borrowing and then, of course, living beyond their means. And that's where we find ourselves as a nation.
that particular place where we found ourselves, let's read some particular data. Now, capital expenditure, 2023, 6.3 trillion.
Yes.
2024, 11.3 trillion.
Yes.
2025, first 7 months, it fell to 3.5 trillion. Now, for all these years, what we've spent servicing debt still way more than this particular one. Yes. Which means, yes, just like Dr.
Yeah, but I think, sorry, before SOUQ comment, it's also not good for us to use the data for 2025 because the budget of 2025 was not implemented at all.
It's still running.
No, it's not running.
Till April.
It's not running.
It's running, sir.
No.
April.
It's not running. Was not implemented at all.
Okay.
The capital budget of 2025 was not implemented at all. Okay. If you have anybody in civil service, you can confirm that. Yes. No agency of government.
Yes.
No agency of government. And I think that even in the...
We are looking at the first 7 months. What was spent?
So what I'm saying, the capital budget for Nigeria didn't run budget in 2025.
Okay.
So, and I think
2025 we spent 9.8 trillion first 7 months in servicing debt.
You see, because 2024 is running side by side, the figure for 2025 was not touched. And that was why in the budget speech, the president says that all MDAs should roll 70% of what would have been their capital project in 2025 and move it to 2026.
Exactly.
Because there was no implementation. And people say, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, this is the first time that Nigeria will not implement budget for a whole fiscal year.
Okay. But we paid and service the debt.
Yeah, but you don't have options because that comes with your overhead.
Okay. I agree.
So I'm talking about capital, but your debt service is not capital expenditure. So, but at least people got
now, if we
the recurrence.
If we put it side by side, how can we grow if we keep servicing debt but not developing the country?
There are two ways. It's either you remain stagnant or you keep borrowing to ensure that you have some facelift.
Must we borrow?
Yes, you have to.
At this rate now. Must we, just like you said, let's go back to where you said, the socialism part of it. Must we do it?
Well, the truth of the matter is, if you don't borrow, you look bad in the face of the people.
Look bad in people that are going to be hungry in the next 10 years if things don't work at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I think we must also not forget the fact that, of course, the economy is recovery. By 2022, 2021, Nigeria was spending over 97% of our revenue for debt service. By 2023, the figure is about around 76%. And when you go to 2024, the figure was about 69% that was spent on debt service, which means, of course, we're even doing better than we were previously.
We are just looking at the data that is in front of us right now, following last year, 2 years ago, and 3 years ago. Okay, so let me come to you now. Let's look at debt obligation.
Must you come to me? Doctor is doing such a... You see the way... You know that when the goes
the
back,
last time we spoke
I am
here,
just enjoying it from this right corner of the Lord. Sit at my right side.
The last time we spoke, she said that her people in the red chambers.
Yes.
So now let's talk to you.
My people.
Your people in
they
the
are
red
there,
chambers.
yes.
Now we are having this particular issue of majoring for last year.
Yes.
The debt application is taking priority.
Yes.
It's there. We have to meet it. Now, we also have this issue of weak revenue.
Okay.
It was major last year, 2025. We are still import dependent. Yes, doctor said we are productive, but to what extent are we productive? Major things we are exporting are raw materials.
Okay.
We are still import dependent on a lot of consumables we have down this way.
Yes, we agree.
And if we have to be able to make sure that this particular administration is able to service its debt and also generate more revenue now the tax reform is coming. Do you see light with the tax reform coming?
Okay, so before we talk about the light with the tax reform coming, we need to look at our debts. We need to go back. They say that if you fail to look at history from backwards, you will continue to repeat the same mistakes. Under Jonathan's time, by the time he was leaving office, there was 8.4 trillion in debt servicing. Buhari's administration came up. Of course, the Naira, skyrocketed, Naira to dollar. The Naira became so weak against the dollar. This debt went up to 48 trillion by the time Buhari was leaving office. Now, from the findings of Tinubu, why the debt services has increased, Tinubu's administration, they are claiming that there were some loans or there was some borrowing that went under Buhari's administration that was not properly documented. So it is now they are just seeing...
Who took the money?
Under Buhari's time from
And
state
what were
governments,
they used for?
federal parastatals. That's what Tinubu's government is stating now.
Has anybody been held accountable for them?
We are coming with that. And so they are now saying, look, by the time they analyze that, it is more than this 48 trillion. So when you look at the first year of, right now, Tinubu,
That's external borrowing.
External borrowing. Right now, we are servicing debt to 61.6 trillion as of this year. But of course, estimated that by 2028, it will get to 91.6. What are the issues? I always talk about NNPC. I have to come back to them now. NNPC's debt was cleared by the government. 1.4.
Not all of them.
At least more than half of it, or part of it for last year. $1.42 billion. That's part of what we are servicing. Coming again, they had another 57 trillion naira that was also owed by the same NNPC who had first declared profits before they now started telling us what they were owing. That's another money again. What are we looking at? We are looking at the fact of governance that people are not accountable. It is high time that let us start to arrest everybody that has worked at NNPC. Let's trace it. Let's get EFCC, anybody to get there. Let's start to sell people's properties. Why are we saying so? Because this would continue. During Buhari's time, he made himself petroleum minister because he said, look, NNPC is corrupt. I want to, clean out the system.
Did it?
Saw what the clean out happened. Because these people, the corruption it has so much tentacles that there's nothing you can do. And until federal government starts to pass laws, during Obasanjo's tenure, by the time he was 6 years in office, my brothers in the red chambers, they passed a law. They went to meet him. They said, look, President Obasanjo, let's stop servicing debts. Let's tell these people, we don't want to ruin this nation. We will not service debt again, which Obasanjo did. And at a stage, a lot of people that we were owing, gave us a lot of waivers. The Tinubu administration, because of the debt we are servicing, we are not America. Yes, we know America is servicing over $1 trillion as of 2025. That's their debt service minus what they have taken. But we are not America. They are God's own country. They are strong. They are superpowers.
So we are not God's own country.
We know we are
what?
locals' own country. Rumela, our gods, our African gods. Let's
well, I don't
before
know.
Doctor starts to speak in tongues of me. But wait, hold on. What I'm trying to tell you is this. At this point in time, the government needs to look inwards. Yes, this budget, the Tinubu administration has said that I think about 40% of what we are taking for the budget is going to be sourced internally. So we are going to borrow from pension schemes, some of our projects, manufacturing.
Must we borrow?
We are going to rely, every government borrows.
Hello,
hold on.
Must we borrow?
Hold on.
Can't we look for ways of generating revenue?
This is what I'm saying. The ways of generating revenue, we want to talk about taxation.
So why
people
is
are
borrowing
fighting.
the easiest way to go?
Hold on, the same us that are talking. During the last elections, we saw Nigerians come out en masse, some Nigerians, to fight that they wanted to vote for a man that made his living by importing products. That's the man that people were fighting for.
Excuse me, we're not talking elections here.
Hold on. We're not talking elections.
Good.
Same person was a governor, didn't build anything that could empower people. We are talking about this. So it comes down to the fact that the average politician, has not empowered anybody. He hasn't built anything in the sands of time that in the next 10 years, people in his community, in his constitute are going to live off. And these are the people that we are voting into power. And now we are complaining about debt. How are we not? Hold on. How are we not going to continue to complain?
Okay,
How are we not going to continue to be under pressure? Let me drop. No, you cannot silence me. I'm not here to be silenced. Let me finish my point.
One more sentence.
Yes, one more sentence. So what we are looking at is weaker revenue. We must start to put people in office that have built something. People that have a manufacturing hub. Okay. So when they are in office, then we can look at cutting down state governors. If you keep voting people who lived their life from importation and making money from civil service, guess what will happen? We will continue to do this. So to run a state governor or a parastatal will be more expensive than running a government. We have health, we have roads, we have children's futures at stake. We need to think about it.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Do us a favor when I say one sentence.
Doctor wants to finish up my sentence. Thank you very much. No!
Please.
I apologize.
Okay. Now, let's get this out there. we cannot depend on borrowing. It's the easy way out.
Yeah, but I think,
no,
you can't say so. The reason is simple. Whether you like it or not, when you have a survival challenge, you have to deliberately look for a means to survive. And I think that's where nations are generally. You see,
about ourselves and not use others as excuse to do what we keep doing.
No. I'm not going to look at as individual.
Okay. Let's talk about us as
let me tell you, Chooks, for example, you as an individual.
Okay.
God forbid, you have a wife or a child that is sick.
Okay.
And you don't have money.
Okay.
Will you watch the child die, or you find solution to get the child to live? As an individual.
You go out there and do what you have to do.
What exactly will you do?
Now, there is supposed to be health insurance. If you don't, since we are going that route, if you don't have health insurance,
you could have a health insurance.
That will not cover a particular procedure.
Maybe it's a surgery, and of course, you don't have that kind of insurance to cover a surgery. What do? You see, the truth of the matter is that borrowing is not the problem.
Okay.
I don't think borrowing is a problem. When you are projecting, like the government has done, if you see the medium-term economic framework for 2026 to 2028, yes, it's ambitious. But government also has set out these are the things that they want to do. But I think one of the beautiful things that, of course, we also have seen in what has changed in the last 3 years is the fact that we are no longer borrowing from commercial bank the way we used to. That has changed. So what government has done is that rather than borrow from commercial bank, government is borrowing from individuals in terms of selling bonds, treasury bills, to be able to raise money. And so when these things are matured, the citizens who are helping government, they actually get the benefit. So in that case, money is not leaving the economy. Government is empowering even the individuals. And that makes a lot of sense to me as a person. But here it is, we also must have to look at our reality, which of course a number of people don't pay attention to. What are this reality? The reality that we have plenty of schools that are not able to empower people with skills.
Okay.
We have populations that lives in the rural area that is aging.
Okay.
While the younger populations that ought to have been productive are living, roaming in the urban centers. So you find that the urban-rural shift is a huge problem. In the 1970s, 15% of our young people were living in cities. So in urban centers, have 15% of our population. Majority of the population were in the rural settings. But now, since the 1980s, this has started to reverse. And so what do you have? You're having more people in the city than you have in the rural area.
And
therefore,
there are major reasons for that.
Yeah, whatever reason that there are, which of course, again, we must also look at what our research institutes have been able to do over the years in terms of making agriculture real attractive is a big problem. You see, because we blame government over everything that happens. We went to see an agency yesterday, and I looked at the place, and I'm asking myself, this is a government facility. Let's assume we don't have money. Can't we also buy broom to sweep the place?
As human beings.
Yes, and there's a cleaner.
You see,
people are paid to
my friend told me a story in Rwanda talking about African laziness. And he said to me, do we need a World Bank loan to make our streets clean?
No.
We don't. So this
we need a World Bank loan to handout.
We don't. So
this do that.
So this is what we're doing.
Okay.
Because we have gotten to the point that government had become the Father Christmas of everybody, funding laziness. And that is the point that I'm making. So, but
can I puncture you? Why are they doing that? Because you've
because
answered
of
that
your
question earlier.
citizens.
Yeah, but
no, it's not
see,
because of the citizens. It's because the guy wants to come back to power, just like you said
No.
before. So he has to.
Because like what you are saying, I saw an African nation that the citizens watch the streets every Saturday.
Let me answer the why. Let me answer the why. Because we are all part and parcel of the problem. She just made mention of NNPC and said people should. You see, how do you blame NNPC for our collective decisions? We can't blame them. We decided to sell petrol below market price for years, and we're living in deceit.
And government was
we were telling ourselves that our currency was so strong, and yet government was spending huge money defending those numbers without being real about it. So they tell you, dollar exchange rate in 2010 was 1112. Was it actually 1112? What was government spending to defend the dollar at that time? And we have been defending dollars. We have been spending money defending dollars.
Defending naira.
Yes, defending naira, yeah, against the dollar. Now, same with petrol.
It's subsidy. It's called subsidy.
So whether you call it subsidy or not, it opened an avenue where, like Sanusi Lamido, the emir of Kano, once said, that people were bringing in a vessel and returning it and bringing them back on the high sea, and they were collecting money from the government. Why? Because we don't want to buy petrol at its price. So what do you have? You have to continue to fund that lifestyle. Okay. And it took this government guts to say, let this stop. And yeah, people are protesting. So when you have a situation where at every turn, people have to down tool, to twist the arm of government, to give in to certain policy measures, how do you manage that? So you can't blame it on government. You have to blame it on the citizens who are not realistic in their expectations.
Okay, let's turn this table around and look at countries.
Please don't turn table.
And look at countries that have gone way past this. Now, we are seeing our own peculiar situation right now, where we are currently spending more to service debt than growing the economy. Yes. We are currently, the debt service is growing faster than our revenue. That is our present reality. And this is majorly because we, as a people, we are not productive enough. Because if we are productive enough, we'll have more revenue to service whatever debt we are taking. But now let's ask these questions. A lot of these debts that we took were tied to infrastructure. How come in the last 6, 8, 12 years, we can't see those infrastructure reflect on the budget, but we are seeing the debt being paid?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I'm not talking about the current debts that we've taken that we are seeing it already tied to one infrastructure or not. But in the last 12 years, we've seen loans taken for one infrastructure or the other.
Yeah, but you see, a friend of mine told me a story, which was quite very, very funny. And this was in Uganda. Under this, the same current regime, they decided to invest in aircraft. And the procurement was done, inspections were done, and the aircraft came to Uganda, and the day they landed, that was the day they stopped flying. Was the money spent? Yes. But did you get the value? No.
So who was arrested?
Well, when you talk about arrest, a lot of people have been arrested.
Okay.
And
in Uganda?
Yeah, even here, a lot of people are being arrested. And of course, you find that when you have a situation, especially in Africa, and you have ownership of thieves, a lot cannot be done. Yes. Because we are not very truthful people. When people are caught doing what is wrong, and then you decide to say, okay, let this person be punished, we start to throw the ethnic card.
They are picking on this particular
And then we say,
tribe.
oh, somebody did it 10 years ago, it was not probed, so why must it be this person that is probed? This ownership of community thieves is the problem we all face. And that, again, you cannot assign to one person. So what you're saying is that people have been empowered to do their job. If those people who are empowered to do their job refuses to do the job, you can't blame one person for it. Because number one, we have three arms of government. You have the judiciary, you have the executive, and you have the legislatures. Laws are made, but they are obeying breaches. Reason is simple, because even you sitting down here, if they catch you now on one way, you'll be looking for some Golu to call. Yes. So that you can get out. So this...
I will call the governor.
Well, this is a problem. Okay, oh yes, of course, you people have been calling governor. So these are the kind of things that you see in our environment. So no matter what level of crime you commit, there's somebody there who has somebody, whether in the police station, whether in the DSS, to ensure that you don't suffer for your crime. That is the failure of morality. So if we become morally upright as a people, some of these issues that we are talking about will not be there. So
Are we looking at moral uprightness, or we are looking at institutions that are not working?
It's not institution. You see, institutions are wrong.
Are we do have moral deficit like the states?
Oh yes, we do.
How many times have we seen people pick up guns or pick up knives or go kill young children?
No, there are a lot of
institutions that are working.
So it's not
institutions that are not working.
No. It's not institutions.
It's what?
It's not institutions. It's the people.
Yes.
Let me give you an example. I was going to Morocco.
Okay.
And I get to the border crossing. And this immigration man stopped me and said, this thing you're carrying, our law says you must pay duty on it. And I said, I can't pay duty because they are souvenirs. And he said, no, that's what the law says. I'm representing Morocco here. As long as the law says that you have to pay duty, you have to pay duty. There's no shortcut to it. The only alternative is that leave these goods here with us in our custody. When you are traveling back, you come and carry it and go back. And I'm comparing with me arriving at our airport, where people who are working in this same institution, they are arm twisting your hand to do certain things that are not correct. So that's moral failure. I saw something yesterday, I don't know whether it's true or false, because I've not been able to verify it. And they were showing a picture of young people who were students of University of Maiduguri that DSS has arrested as giving out information to bandits to terrorize their people. That's not an institutional problem. So you have those in police, you have them in immigration, you have them in customs, and you have them in DSS. So if these people who have no moral value, you keep them to run an institution, no matter how that institution is, like they say, the weakest link of every chain is that part of it that is almost turned broken. So you can't look at where society builds institutions. Institutions are built on values system. And if your value system is wrong, I tell you everything about you will be wrong. My last example.
Okay.
There's a road somewhere here in Ojodu area. And somebody was telling me, he made an inquiry, said, why is this road not tarred? And the ballet said, look, we asked them to give us more money, they refused.
The ballet?
Yes. So we refused them to tar the road. Yeah. So you can imagine how many of such ballets lives around us.
Thank you. And you can imagine now in Nigeria, the law is you cannot tar a road. And if you decide to tar, you must settle. What you are going to spend settling is more than... In those days when we were growing up, we saw individuals. You had a company, you tarred the road right in front of your side. And so we're having bad roads. Oh, yes, I'm...
So you are grown up now?
Oh, come on.
Okay. Let's continue this conversation because we are leaving the federal. Now let's get to the state, capital development. 15 states are to spend over 10 trillion on infrastructure in 2026. Analysts are also telling us that 15 states across Nigeria have set aside more than 10.7 trillion set aside for infrastructure projects in 2026, marking a significant physical commitment to capital development according to budget analysis. The states include Lagos, Akwa Ibom, Uyo, Kano, and Kaduna. Plan to upgrade roads, schools, hospitals, and utilities as part of efforts to boost economic activities and service delivery. This scale of capital expenditure underscores growing subnational ambition despite tighter federal transfers and rising debt levels as states increasingly pursue independent development agendas. So, sir, my first question here is very simple. Sometime last week, the states also made these particular projections on what they are most likely to borrow to fund their budget. Then we are seeing this particular story making headways all over the place. Are you in support of seeing states go to the National Assembly for approvals to borrow? Looking at where we are coming from, not as federal, but as states, because the federal government had to bail out several states. Yeah. Are you in support to see states go out to borrow to fund whatever their budget is?
Well, I think it's also to look at the figure as they are, because when you say 10 trillion, it looks very big. That's just about a little over $7 billion across 15 states. So if you divide it equally across 15 states, you see that what we are talking about here is just small money.
But they don't have it.
Yeah, they may not have it, but what I'm saying is that when you say 10 trillion to invest on infrastructure, it's weak. Go and look at Augusto's projection of what it would take to bridge the infrastructure gap in Nigeria. In their report, they actually calculated that Nigeria needs to spend between $150 to $180 million annually for a period of 30 years to be able to bridge those gaps, to build good hospitals, have good roads, world-class infrastructure like the airport and the rest of it. So these are the things that you have to necessarily
But you know, can also fault that particular projection by that consulting firm.
You can't fault it.
Why can't we? The reason you can't. How long do you take to build Dubai?
Yes, of course. When we're talking about how long it took to build Dubai, it took Dubai 20 years to be built. But don't also forget.
20 years.
Yes, 20 years to be built. But don't forget that what happened was that Dubai was not thinking like Nigeria. Nigerians were thinking about what we call local content. Local content. Dubai wasn't thinking local content. Dubai opened their doors, or United Arab Emirates opened their doors to anybody who has money to come and build their system. Okay. And so the whole world brought money into that environment and they built the system. And here you are saying, look, we don't want these people to come. We want to build it ourselves, and here you don't have money. So it is the model that are different. So you must understand.
Okay. They came with their money.
Yes, they came with money.
Dubai didn't go to borrow the money.
Yeah, they didn't borrow the money, but they borrow heavily. But you can also check, because as we speak, you've checked their debt to GDP ratio. Yes. It's also over 100. So they are borrowing. Dubai is borrowing heavily.
To maintain structure.
They borrow heavily. Take, for example, what they borrowed to build the tallest building in the whole world. It was economically not viable.
Yes.
As of then.
Even as at now, because you cannot make the money that you spend in building it. But they needed it to attract people to come to the UAE. So as a signature project, so everybody wants to go to that penthouse to see the tallest building in the whole world. So it attracted tourists into the UAE. But the project itself is not economically viable. So what we're seeing is that nations do a lot of things to get leverage here and there. We as a people, we must get to that point in our narrative that where you don't have competence or capacity, and don't be afraid for other people to even set in. You can see the argument around what Dangote is doing in Nigeria. Yes. Some of them put down $20 billion here to build a refinery. And what's the argument? The argument says it's a monopoly. Okay. He has not stopped NNPC from running. He has not stopped any other man from building his own refinery. But we call it monopoly. And therefore, rather than even buy petrol from him that is cheaper, we are importing petrol.
it's not we that are calling it monopoly, a set of people that
And they
push
are
and
part
set
of
narrative.
some of them are your cousins.
It's we are Nigerians.
Yes.
We're all Nigerians. So you can't.
Did you call it a monopoly, sir?
That's what I'm saying. We are all Nigerians. So when we make a protest, because I really need to see Nigeria on the street and said, if Dangote is selling petrol cheap, why are you importing petrol? Let people take to the street. How many people have you seen on the street?
Nobody would.
And people are getting into those petrol stations where they are buying and they are buying and don't have any issues with it. So if we don't have issues with it, silence sometimes can also be a mark of approval.
Consent, yes.
Okay, now I'm coming to you, Swift.
Yes, sir.
You have
No, my senior colleague has just finished. He has just dissected the issue.
He's not your senior colleague. He is not your senior colleague. Everybody's wearing that jacket separately. Now, we are getting to an election cycle.
Yes.
And we are seeing this kind of budget and this kind of posture from different
I know where
states.
you are coming from.
Should we be worried?
Okay, so why I'm not worried is most of the funds that states are looking at taking, most of the states are claiming that they are looking at them for capital projects, roads, hospitals, schools, housing. The only thing that we should be worried about is the EFCC. I think the EFCC needs to be empowered more. The EFCC needs to be like the FBI, where you can go and investigate a state with or without information and, question the governor. If you cannot arrest the governor because he has immunity, you can arrest his PAs. You can arrest everybody under him. Let them sing like birds. We also need to have a system where the media, like what happens in many international nations, can come up with documentaries about what I was thinking about it the other day. I imagine if NTA, instead of sitting and doing documentaries about Agbala Festival, decides to start to do what BBC did with sex for grades in Unilag and go to a certain parastatal and investigate, give us names, tell us how much was stolen, get people to talk on camera with their face, say, look, this amount was scheduled for utility bills. The utility bills were never paid. This happened, that happened. You can imagine how this will curb corruption in the nation. Now, because of the election coming, we know that once money comes into the system, most of the time it is to calm the other parties down, pumping more money for election practices.
So this money they are asking for, this monies that we are looking at, is it going into election?
So the fear of people is, it's me. But look, this is still 2026. Election is 2027.
It is 2026.
God. You see what doctor is saying? If the citizens sit up, so your state government projects that, look, in this state, we are going to build 5 hospitals. If by the end of this year, because we saw how, I'm sorry to use the name, Evercare and other people sprang up, within 6 months, these private hospitals were built. They had employed doctors, they had employed Nigerians, they had even employed more foreign doctors than it was the health center. It was Lagos State Ministry of Health that said, no, you cannot have more foreign doctors than you have Nigerians, and they started to take them out. If within 6 months a private hospital can spring up, within 6 months, then the state government hospital can spring up. Like doctor said, let Nigerians start to take to the streets. Let us start to call out these people. Let us start to shake. You will notice that monies will be more transparent. But because we are emotional, we sit down. If I call out these guys from my same constituency, a day before I'm about to, wage that protest, somebody comes and say, this guy is your cousin's brother, sister that married your mother's cousin from the other side. And so we are emotional. And it is this emotional side of Nigerians that is actually killing the country. So the government needs to sit up. We saw Lagos State borrow a lot of money to build Lagos, and that's why Lagos is Lagos. Every state that is doing fantastically well in Nigeria, Oshomole borrowed money at that time to make sure that the roads in Edo State that were only 2 lanes, even when federal government was not ready to release money, because at that point in time, he was literally working under a system of a government that was not from his own party. Even when the opposition came out to say, oh, he wants to destroy the Oba's palace, the Oba came out to say, look, this is development. We are fine with him taking a part of the road. And today, when you drive into Edo State, the change within Oshomole's tenure till now is massive. So yes, states must borrow. But the challenge I have is, let us tie everything that you are borrowing to a project. And let us see.
Project that will be done or project
yes, let us see that project. Let us insist on seeing that project.
Okay. insist on seeing the project. Doc, do you agree?
Well, like I've said, we borrow out of necessity. And I don't think it's enjoyable for anybody who wants to borrow because you just need to borrow. But you see, there's also a need that when we go around the whole space and the entire world, there's a whole lot of things that are changing. And I think that is the point that I was actually trying to make. There's a whole lot that public-private participation can give to us. Yesterday, the principal of British International School came around and we're having a conversation in the office about the state of education in Nigeria. And one of the things that he was saying and proposing, I said, look, government cannot fund education. And there's nowhere in the world that government is single-handedly funding education. Government need private participation in this. So and I told them, and I said, well, we have gone through that route. When Obi Ezekwesili was the Minister of Education, he attempted to sell off the Unity schools to people who felt that they can retain the legacies and run it properly, like a school. A year or two down the line, we bought it back from those people.
Yes.
And the schools are still the way they are.
Worse, please.
Now, you can take a walk into King's College that is at the back of us here, and you see the plank that the colonial master used in building that school since 1911. They are still there. Not changed. Not changed.
It's for museum purposes.
Well, you can call it museum. But we also need to also see allied properties springing up at the back while you are retaining those as museum. You see, the issue here is beyond what you are looking at, because there are a lot of people who were profiting from that system, and they didn't want to stop profiting.
Yes.
I remember when they were building their big hostels here, I had my children in there. And there was a day we were talking at the parents-teachers meeting and asking that, look, they want to do, somebody offered to paint this thing for free. Before we know it, they said they have gone to bought paint.
Yes, that the person's paint will not be good enough.
So these are the issues that you have to deal with as a nation. And that's why I speak about morality a lot.
Yes.
Because righteousness is what exalts a nation. Sin is a reproach on anybody. So if you want to borrow, and you are borrowing for the right reason, there's nothing that is bad.
Yes.
But if people who are coming into office today have seen that their predecessor has borrowed them out, and they cannot recoup whatever they spent to bribe you and SWIFT to vote at election, they will definitely have to look for a way to borrow so that they can recoup the money, because you can't eat your cake and have it. Patrice Lumumba asked a question. Why will somebody spend 1 billion to seek an office that his salary is less than ₦1 million in a month? There must be something that they are seeing there, which both of us cannot see.
Yes.
Well, I know that you know what they are seeing. You very well know what they're seeing there. We've dwelt on this particular issue that has to do with government borrowing and debt service, be it at the federal level and the state level. And just like Doc said, citizen participation is very important. We always need to look and speak up. And as long as the borrowing is tied to infrastructure and is used for what is done and not just social service, we'll say thank you. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, SBL will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, Did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa CDD.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Yes, welcome back. It's still SBL SOUQ business landscape. Now we're going straight to our second segment of the show, of the program. Swift now had to go and attend to matters at the Red Chambers. So Olumide the Knight is here and has taken her place. Olumide, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, Chucks. Good morning, Doctor, my think tank. So glad to be here.
Okay, you're welcome. Now let's get straight to where Doctor was going to before we got here. Oil distribution, oil marketers. They are making this particular confirmation, but hey, is it coming too early, too late? Oh. Now they are saying that they are sourcing petrol from Dangote refinery, coming from oil marketers, not ours. They have confirmed that they are now sourcing petrol from Dangote refinery, stating that no major imports are currently taking place. Who's believing? Now, according to industry operators, the refinery has become the primary supplier in recent weeks, helping stabilize the supply chain across the country. They noted that marketers are now buying directly from the Lekki-based facility. However, some players argue that importation has not stopped entirely, stressing that Nigeria's domestic refining capacity is still insufficient to meet total national demand. Okay, Doc, let me break this particular chain for you.
Okay.
Just before Christmas, the importers came and said Dangote refinery was shutting down. Then a few days before the Christmas, and that's it, Dangote said, we never sent that message anywhere. After Christmas, New Year, they came up again and said that we have reduced the price of the pump price of fuel. But as we speak right now, we have not seen that reflect at the pumps. And today we are seeing that they are coming to say we are buying from Dangote fuel. What exactly should we be expecting? Who is telling us what? Are they trying to confuse us? Or they're trying to pass a message that we don't know yet?
Well, I think there are two things. Just to correct, I think prices had dropped a little bit from
Dangote's side.
Not just Dangote. I think most of the NNPC filling stations sell 785 now. Some sell 760.
Still more than Dangote's price?
Yes, there are more, but at least it has come down from 800 where it was before Christmas. So price has come down from their end. We must say those things straight.
Okay.
But Dangote still sell cheaper, by the way.
739.
739, yeah. And the distribution, of course, you find that you have more of these marketers selling at that price. So if Dangote is selling at 739, and they are looking at off-country price for them, what's coming out, of course, they have to also put a margin on it then, of course, which, of course, is actually the beauty of competition. So we expected that this is our own. Everybody needed to rally around it to make it succeed. But envy and greed, which was at the heart of a lot of people.
I think I need to write it down. Envy and greed.
Yeah, made it very difficult for people to actually succumb to see that this is better for us. Like I said, everywhere in the world, people are not adverse to seeing investors come into their space to make this work for them. Not even locals. Take, for example, Gatwick Airport is partly owned by a Nigerian, not British owned, but it's functional. Heathrow is not owned by English people. is working. And nobody say, oh, because this money came from the Middle East, therefore Heathrow does not belong to England. The people who work there are English people. The custom there are English peoples.
And Indians.
So what you mean, they are working for the king. This is how nations are run. People are looking at competitive advantage, and we leverage it. So whether we like it, nobody is actually losing. The purse will not lose because Dangote will still continue to bring in crude because we can't even supply everything because of the arrangement that we're in before this regime came in and all of that. But of course, like I've said, if we take wickedness away from our problem, we will find that we don't have so much of trouble. But what is making us to be at the point where we are at the moment is this individual weaknesses. I was listening to a radio conversation earlier this morning, and they were talking about inflation and number manipulated. And I asked myself where I was, asking myself some basic question. Is it really true? 4 or 5 months ago, rice was selling at 170. After the rebates and all of that, the price of rice came to 50,000 per 50 kg, someplace 54. If you're buying long grain, maybe 70. And people still cannot believe that inflation is easy. And I asked myself, let's take it from the day it was rebased. What are the prices that are going up?
Okay, but after that, since you brought up that rebase right now, they have done it again to let everybody know, okay, we have gone back to 30%, since you want to see 30%.
No. What I mean is that people say, oh, it's not reflecting what is in the street.
Yeah,
the question I'm asking is, are we seeing price going up?
No.
Now, if price is not going up, is it Bureau of Statistics we need to blame for that? That us, that know when the pump price is added 1 naira today, transportation fare go up. And when the price come down,
transportation
it
fare
cannot come down. So do you blame government for that?
Yes.
No.
Well,
you just asked me a question.
You can't blame government for that.
You can't blame government.
So we have to blame our wickedness for that.
Okay.
There are people who do not even want to see their system survive. They take every excuse of government policy to increase, and when there's a government policy that is making things come down, then we take advantage of it, and then we say, oh, we're already here because we have importation. I think this is a problem that these marketers are having, because they've been benefiting from taking free money for too long a time, and they are still hoping for someday that we will get to that threshold where, of course, government again will start to pay subsidy. If they push us too hard, that people will now say, oh, our price of petrol has gone up. What will government do? Let government intervene. And I think this is where we are driving to. And I don't think it will help anybody.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doc. There were key major words I took out from. I had to write them down. Envy, greed, wickedness, and individual weaknesses.
Self-interest. Add that to it.
Add self-interest to it. Now, you were on this particular table when we were talking about what marketers, importers were also talking, and they said specifically that they were getting fuel lesser than Dangote's gantry price. And if Dangote's gantry price is 699 and they are getting it at less than 699 and bringing it into the country, they should sell lesser than what Dangote is selling at the pump price. So why are we not seeing that?
But the report here says something different. So it's who should we believe? That's the first thing. But I want to go by this report, because if we go by this report, it reduces reliance on imports. It also saves our foreign exchange.
Okay.
It cuts away logistics. It cuts away a whole lot of things, the cost of importing fuel. It's easier. Buy from Dangote. Do you understand? If we are not looking at selfish interest, just like Doctor said, I mean, if fuel prices go up and somehow it comes down, we should see it reflect in transportation, in every other services, your local dry cleaner, your barbing salon, it should reflect in every other thing. also, it also stabilizes the fuel supply in the country. If we have, now this would also encourage local investors, people who want to go into this particular sector, seeing the whole thing, how it's playing out. You know, a lot of people are looking at Dangote, and I really must commend him for a lot of bold steps that he has taken. He can go further.
Okay.
Do you understand? He can also go further and ensure that if truly these marketers are buying for him, they are selling, just like what he did with MRS. He should also go further and make sure that they are selling what is supposed to be sold at the pump price, at the filling station, so that they, at the end of the day, they don't jeopardize everything he has worked for.
Okay. Now let's go back to the question Doc asked. He said, since things are easing a bit, why are Nigerians not following suit to bring down the cost or the prices or the charges they put on their produce? And he said, should we blame the government for that? And I said yes. You know I will always say yes. Now, this is serious. And I think we should all address ourselves. We need to address our greed. We need to address our inhumanity to our fellow humans. There is no reason why the bus fare that used to be 700 now turns 1,500. But now the pump prices have come down. Why are they saying 1,500? These are questions we need to be asking.
There was a day I took public transport. I was at CMS. Early in the morning, now from CMS to Ikote is supposed to be 500. And the buses started coming and they were saying 700. And the people refused to get in. They refused. They said, no, we will not enter. That is the way to go. Because...
And the fares came down.
They had to stop. At a point, the Agberos had to come and tell the bus driver that, no, this is supposed to be 500. Now, there's a particular bus driver. What he did was he allowed people to enter for 700. When they didn't enter, he now told them, don't worry, pay 500. Because it seems as if some of the Agberos are in collusion with all this. But at that point where I stood, a whole lot of people said they were not entering. That is how we can start to fight this, until the people themselves say, no, this is not right. Because there was no fuel scarcity, there was nothing. So why are you increasing it? Is it because of the Monday rush? Okay. People, take advantage of such things.
Why we also say stand up and make your voice count? Let's also ask this particular question. Why are the price of bread not coming down? At least that's the staple on every single table in Nigeria. The price of a bag of flour has come down by over 30-40%. In some areas, 50%. Why has the price of bread not come down?
But
dear FCCP, Nigerian Consumer Protection Council, all of you, this is when we need, you might not even go there, but just send the message out there. Tell Nigerians to say no.
Yeah, but you see, the issue is, you look at yourselves and tell yourself simple, honest truths, and you take advantage of your fellow humans. And I think what we need, first and foremost, is humanity. We need to be a little human and not take advantage of other people's misfortune. You see, people were able to stay because they were not in a hurry.
You're right. Some entered, but the majority...
But if you're in a hurry, it will be difficult for you to stay. And these are the issues. Sometimes, even you go to TBS here where you have a bus station, and you see during evening when people close, the buses are parked, they are not going anywhere. And the driver just allows for chaos in the bus station. Until the crowd is so much before the bus that is parked for over 1 hour, 30 minutes, we just walk in. So it tells you our nature. And that's why when people talk about leadership, question. And say leaders are taken from the midst of the people. They're taken from the midst of the people. It's what the people are that will reflect in the leaders you see. So we as a people must first and foremost understand that life is not all that we think is money and spending. I was doing a calculation some time ago. I was to travel from England to Morocco. My flight ticket to and fro was £130. And for the same distance from Nigeria to Morocco was over 2 million.
Whose fault is that?
What's the difference? These are things that we need to speak to because England is not built, it's built for English people. We must build a Nigeria that works for all of us. But because that everybody profit from criticizing government.
So they actually profit?
Oh, yes, they do.
It's a way of venting.
No. There's no venting, nothing. Go and check the history of all our activists.
Okay. Now,
when you get an appointment,
do you really want to shake that table?
I will shake it every day. Okay. So when you get an appointment, your activism go to your pocket.
Okay.
So you have to look at it that people are not necessarily actually talking about government because government is not performing. We're only talking about government because we feel that we should be in the position of those people who are there. And therefore, it's actually greed that is pushing us. This is the problem.
So the talking is more of positioning?
Oh, yes, it is. Positioning. How can somebody who was in government yesterday come today and tell us that they want to rescue us? When he had the opportunity to rescue us and he did no rescue. So, activism here is because people profit only if they talk bad about government. And that's what you see in the media.
We don't do that here.
You do a lot because you want to become spokespeople to politicians. So after heavily criticizing government officials, then you are noticed and they say, okay, you come and eat. And like goats, when they put salt on the table and it's leaking and they refuse to talk.
Okay. Caveat, we don't do that on SOUQ News.
The majority of those who are in government at a point were criticizing.
Yes, but right now they are party members and
because it's the economy.
So we are recycling it.
It's the economy of criticism.
Oh, it has an economy.
Oh yes, there's a huge economy around criticism. So this is what is actually pulling us down.
Okay. Let's get to the social space and read some comments. Then we'll get to our next story. Gladys is saying, good to have doctor on SBL, doctor on fire. Okay. Dr. Dawusa have said it all. Borrowing and servicing the debt isn't the issue here. When the real purpose is overlooked and the project abandoned, then our worries as a nation is on high level. That's coming from Austin Gerald. Gladys is also, she's a good fan of Swift. She's giving emojis of. Austin is begging, oh, Chooks, let Swift be. What's my job here if I let her be? There are other material ingredients used to bake bread and not just flour. Electricity, cost of transportation. There are things that affect pricing. That's coming from Gospel, the merchant. Okay. Gospel, let me answer that particular question. I had to do that specially. Now, sometime last week, on my way home, just before getting to the house, Musa, he has a shop by the house. Musa was selling bread. And I was thinking it was normal price. And that bread was 500 naira. I came and I spoke about it.
Yeah, you spoke.
I had to buy the bread and come to the office. And it was better than the other bread they were selling there and bigger.
So where's
So someone somewhere have decided, okay, let me do the right thing. So Gospel, thank you very much, but we know that these prices can come down because the price of these things have actually come down. Now, we're still talking about energy. Now, energy development, Nigeria petroleum import fell 54% in 2 years to 6.71 billion. Now, the CBN Nigeria has slashed, I've come to say Nigeria has slashed its spending on refined petroleum import by 541 billion in first 9 months of 2023 to 6.something billion in the same period of 2025. It's what we all expected. And that's what we're talking about before we even got to where we are now. The CBN's balance of payment report shows a steady decline from 14.58 billion in 2025 to 11.38 billion in 2024 and further down to 6.71 billion in 2025. We want to see it going down to in millions. We want to see less imports and more production happening here, not just in the petroleum sector. We saw the transformation that happened with telecoms. We are seeing the transformation happening here, although there's a whole lot of things to clean up in that particular sector. We want to see a whole lot of this happen. Then let's get to agric. A lot of activity was done in 2025, but a lot of them still remained at the federal level. How can we break this down to get to the local government level where the actual farming happens?
Well, it depends on when you look at local farming. I've alluded already to the rural-urban drift, which has actually distorted growth, as it were, for us economically. If you look at what it was earlier on, a lot of people were living in rural setting, but that's no longer sustainable because people wanted good life, and of course, our definition of good life is to live in the city. So that's what it is. You know, again, I made reference. I was speaking with the principal of British High School yesterday, and he was saying that, look, it's like the West is recolonizing us again. And I said, that's mad. It's actually slavery. Because all the things we call jackpot, people go abroad, are enslaved a second time, doing the menial job of fetching the firewood and drawing water, which is the actual work of a slave. So there's no dignity. We're just looking for survival. And this is what you also find locally when you feel a drift from the rural to the urban settings. People move just because they feel that they are going to get better opportunity elsewhere. So this disparity in terms of the drift creates a lot of distortions. And that's why you find that most of the local governments are actually in the rural area. And so there's no economy around it. And the only way to get economy around those places is what, of course, we're expecting to see, that probably the current partnership between states and the federal in creating hubs, industrial hubs, agricultural hubs around. And then people are signing agreement, even between state and states, just the way we find between Lagos and Niger State, trying to see how they enforce some of all these things, so that as we see money moving into the local environment, naturally, you see economy will also be drifting down. Of course, people can produce food. But I have a worry, really, because I've argued this everywhere I have opportunity. Land tenure is still a problem in Nigeria. And until we deal with the land use decree effectively, it will be very difficult for us to be able to actually sustain agriculture. But again, I also don't feel that for us now, agriculture serves a comparative advantage, because land owing is a problem. If I go to my village now that I say I want to farm, I'm not likely to get a land to farm. So this is also a constraint on people who are living in the rural setting. So if we have to invest, definitely, maybe we now begin to create industrial hubs so that even the little lands that are there, we're having beside every farm a processing factory that can take some people into processing rather than doing the farming itself. And that, of course, can create a whole lot of economy around the local environment. But for that to happen, we need to deal with multiple factors, factors of insecurity. That's a big problem as we speak. Then, of course, you also have to deal with the issue of access, road. Yes. You have to talk about rural electrification. Yes. In Lagos, where people live here, I have a lot of people who live in an environment where they hardly will see a blink of light for a whole day. So all these things are critical, that we're still talking. I grew up to watch MPN campaign in 1979, telling us that they were going to give us water, they are going to give us electricity, they are going to give us good roads. And here we are in 2027.
Same campaign.
We are still making promise of giving the people electricity, giving people water, and giving people road, which is quite funny.
Okay. Yes, talking about giving people water and giving people light, let's get to our last story for today. It has to do with discos. Now, discos, according to them, they lost over 44 billion in October 2025. Now, despite 255 billion power bills. Now, the electricity distribution company billed customers 255.19 billion in October, but recovered 210.92 billion, resulting in a revenue shortfall of exceeding 44 billion. Well, now the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has revealed, according to The agency latest commercial performance fact sheet. Now, this schools received energy worth 303.85 billion naira from the national grid during the month, up by 8.73 from September. However, poor billing inefficiencies and customer non-payment led to 5.65% drop in value of billed energy. Okay, now we are looking at 44 point something billion from 255, and you got about 210. Have we accounted for the estimated billing that a lot of that went into? These are things we need to ask ourselves. Then we are also having issues of the free meter that the federal government has invested in a whole lot. Who are we holding accountable for those free meter distribution?
Yes.
You see, it's easy for people to cook books and tell you figures, which is not new to the corporate environment where we do business here. You see, they should also be able to tell us what quantum of electricity that was actually served to the communities, so that we can value it at the cost price and see whether they actually made loss or made gain.
And not just this total sum on their own.
We had a situation in this place where Eco Electricity woke up one morning to slam a fine of over 20 million that were under charge without any verifiable proof. They installed the meter, they were checking the meter, and 3 months after they came and said that they were under, the meter was under running, that they have come to set it. And yet, after setting the meter, the reading is still the same. And they have a debt overhang of about 23 million.
On power alone.
That they said they didn't bill us. How did they arrive at it?
Not probably manufacturing.
They are the owner of the meters. They installed the meters. They didn't see where the meter was tampered. This is the reality that Nigerians are living with on a daily basis. So, because you have a very weak system, everybody make claims. And I think that the current discourse are failure. The government must find a way to get people who can run business to become owners of disco. Because in my own thinking, having inherited PHCN assets and sold them and make profit, I think they have enough. They should exit the stage and let people who are competent, who have capacity to run electricity. And I think every Nigerian can have electricity. If we don't have those people in Nigeria, we can allow people from other places of the world who have been able to conquer electric issues, like UAE, like Indian people, to come and run it for us. And we get more value than what we currently get from them.
Okay, that is emphatic. Let's still ask this question. The government spent a lot of money, both loan, intervention, grant, on meter in the last 2 years. There was a presidential initiative, and monies were spent. Some meters came, I have seen some. Yet we are having people still getting estimated billing. These meters were supposed to be given free of charge. Why are we having these bottlenecks in discourse?
It's quite sad. I remember during the time of former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, he ordered that every house should be metered. Why that follow-up was not done, or enforcement or thereabout was not done, we cannot say. But I'll also give you another experience I had in where I stayed before. Before I moved in, there was no meter, and we were promised that there would be a meter. So for about 6 months, we were getting estimated billing running up to 400,000 naira every month. They came to install the meter September, the beginning of September. They came to install the meter. It was working fine, everything. And by the end of September, they bring the bill 15th of the next month. They brought a bill for September. And we were like, what is going on? You have installed this meter. You came to install this. Why are we getting another bill for September? We went there. We had to let some of our tenants to go there. And what they said was, once the system prints out this thing, it cannot be recalled back. So you have to pay in this money. And they said what happened was the people who came to install it, they did not send a letter to stop the billing. So whose fault is it? Is it our own fault?
But you've been paying, you've been recharging the meter.
Do you understand? So they said, oh, you have to pay this because they cannot recall that bill. So we had to. We paid it grudgingly. It was very painful, 400,000 naira. So before they can start to come out and say, oh, this is what we are getting, we are not able to. How many people are actually giving services? We need to first talk about service delivery. These days, Band A has not been Band A. I am under Band A, and I can tell you, it seems as if I'm under Band D.
Congratulations.
So service delivery, metering, let them get these things right first before we can begin to say, okay, oh, they are running on a loss or they are running on a profit. Because when you come out to tell Nigerians that you are running on a loss, Nigerians will tell you that how many times have you given us power? And how many people have you actually given meter? We still know about the whole meter racketing that you have to, you have to grease some palms if you want your meter to arrive 3 months to 6 months.
You didn't hear that from us. Want to thank you to everyone that has made this particular program a success, to everyone in the MCR, to the cameramen behind, to editors, and to you most especially that took your time to watch, like, comment, and share. I want to say thank you. So let's do that circle again. Watch, like, comment, and share. Let your people know that, yes, SOUQ Business Landscape and SOUQ News is actually your go-to station for business, economy, and when it comes to money matters. Thank you very much. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. We'll do this again tomorrow. Just be nice. I know that this is the only country that you can call home. You can't run away from it. Go ahead.
It's been a pleasure staying with us on SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's continue, like Doc would always say, rebranding our mind, be a good citizen. Always think of yourself first, not selfish interest. What can benefit Nigeria? I am Olumide Shukoya. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Dear Doc.
If Nigeria must work the way you want it, you can't fold your arm. Your hand must be on the deck. Roll the sleeves and let's build this nation together. See you tomorrow.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizens' promises. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The three wise men are Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some, but I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Dada of Opobo, they taught them about King Dada of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-granddaughter. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Journey 7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstances. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates, Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept my resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gifts and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers there when the Al-Fadi does this thing once every 4 years. Al-Fadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of man goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow you, your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, you know, it's not easy sometimes, but yes. a kind of mentor.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Eriko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetono maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetono built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju-Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetono, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu-Ode each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we had it, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe. Life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you that I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down. 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Mojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know. They would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine. You want to go and become a newspaper boy? I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Time. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akadusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann, got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. There weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time. But I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenipa. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out. You could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the new stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, you know? So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah, and I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, you know. Remember this commercial, you know, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, you know. So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feel important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest, 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And certainly banks started employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. Take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. That's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them. And You did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this place. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said. Even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country. Even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I have learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igbo Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know? Even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up to the point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school. And I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know. But these days, I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates. Staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. you took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they learn. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did they, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Not the female. Even the guys wearing what they, you know, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, you know, pick up a stick and hit them. But all the, I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them. Because they're not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, I mean, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. You know, they're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, you know, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, I mean, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. You know, give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. You know, I mean, in those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. You know, families are growing, society is expanding, you know, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier, Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? You know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree, you know, on the road. That was the third one. Food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, oh, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, watch the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up the slightly heavy one and the slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Aige Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Aige Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aiboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. these amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Mokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Ige Mokwede is back again. Aige Mokwede is married to Ofovoe Aige Mokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, because my HSC in Olivet, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangbushe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. it's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. Well, when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's not to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know, and let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.1% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. Hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. that's in the pipeline. You don't have to, I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. You know, the variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about, oh, the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 99, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's the one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College College, Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
You know, when we talk about Africa's economy, we often look to the cities, the skyscrapers, the tech hubs, the boardrooms. But the real foundation of Africa's economy lies far from the city lights. It lies in our rural communities, in the farmers who feed the nation, the traders who keep local markets alive, the women and youth whose hard work sustains families, yet ends the least. For decades, rural Africa has worked hard, but remained poor, not because of lack of effort, but because opportunity, infrastructure, and investment really reach the ground where the work is done. Welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, where culture inspires business and leadership drives innovation. I am Omevi Idolor, and I have my favorite person, as he loves to be called.
It's not a lie now. It's not a lie. Hello Nigeria, hello Lagos, hello Africa.
Yeah.
Today on Just Africa, we are going to touch on something very, very important, and people that are very, very important and often neglected. It is women, children, and of course the young people, which encompass a majority of the African population.
Yeah.
So having a conversation that revolves around them would be so great, and I feel a lot of us need to pay attention to these conversations. And it was, I mean, we're going to be talking agriculture as well. I mean, what way to make it perspective?
You know, talking about agriculture and development generally in Africa, like I said, most times when we hear development, we just think, or our focus is just on the big cities.
Infrastructure, that's what it is.
You get it. Yeah. There is no way you would talk about agriculture in any part of the world without your mind going to the rural sector of that country or the continent generally. But when we are not talking about advanced agriculture, people oftentimes forget that the rural places is where the food we eat in the cities come from. The lights, and those people in the cities, most of the time they don't have, I mean the villages, they don't have good roads to transport the food products. They don't have lights, and they do not have the knowledge of internet or how to preserve some of this food. And so most of the time they just do, okay, let's do a little farming, and whatever we have as leftover, let's just sell it at a giveaway price. There is a community back in Delta State whereby, in fact, the daughter of one former governor, you know what she does? Her business is just to go into one of those rural places and buys all the farms, the cassava plants. Now, she processes it, and they are exported. Of course, Gary, not exported out of the country. Now, these farmers just feel, someone has come to buy my cassava.
Essentially, that's what it is.
You know, thank God, though, that is it. But, you know, till tomorrow, development have not gotten to those places. And yet, all our attention and focus is on the big cities.
So essentially, agriculture is a thriving business, is a thriving sector. Although many of the players in there, just very few of them understand the value chain that agriculture brings in particular segments or sectors in it. But I mean, it's constant conversations like this and education that would evolve it, and hopefully it will get to a certain. Every country has urban cities and rural areas. It just depends on how you've been able to use your rural areas to scale up, get them to be more, how to put it, more included in the system of, without you guys, the cities will not thrive.
Get them to that point. You get it.
Yeah, yes. Get them to that point where they value, we're in the rural areas, but we contribute so much into the economy that we cannot be neglected. I think when we get to that point, if we can raise our rural areas to that point across Africa, I guess we'll do better.
Well, we really have to do better. So on the Just Africa show today, we ask, what if Africa's rural communities were built not as places of survival, but as centers for growth, dignity, and opportunity? This conversation is about more than farming. It is about turning local efforts into income, raw produce into value, and rural talent into economic power. It is about building systems that start with people, grow within communities, and sustain the future of the continent. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, Just Africa will be coming with a special guest on the show. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
When conversations around figures, I mean money, flies around, serious-minded and business-conscious people will at every point open their eyes because business ideas and opportunities can come up even at a bar. But for us, we are bringing you business ideas to your doorstep. And today I am saying welcome to Cashcraft, where we share with you tips on making money. We dig into the ordinary things around us, things we pass by daily, never knowing they could be our next income stream. My name is Grace Komolafe, and today we are stepping into the world of charcoal. Not the one you fan under your suya or barbecue, but the one that's quietly building millionaires, fueling export earnings, and heated up markets from Lagos to places like Nairobi. In the smoky corners of rural villages, behind the crackles of burning logs, lies a black treasure, charcoal. It may not glitter, but don't be fooled. Charcoal is hot business, literally and financially. Now, before you turn up your eyes thinking it's dirty work for tired farmers, I want you to pay a close attention because this is business, not push talk. Charcoal is made by carbonizing wood, burning it slowly in a low oxygen environment to remove moisture and volatile compounds, leaving behind a high carbon energy packed fuel. It's used in households, restaurants, bakeries, foundries, and exported in tons out of Africa to Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Straight to the numbers, according to data from the International Trade Center, Nigeria exports over 400,000 tons of charcoal annually. That's millions of dollars flowing into an industry that, up until now, barely makes the headlines. Charcoal ranks among Nigeria's top 10 non-oil export commodities, and guess what? The market is growing, especially with the rise in demand for natural and organic heating fuel abroad. But how can you, yes you, tap into this business? So here are tips from top to bottom. Step 1, know your entry point. The charcoal business is wild. You can be a producer, cutting and burning the wood, a distributor, buying from villages and selling to cities, or a transporter, a retailer, or even go big as an exporter. If you want to go into production, you will need access to hardwood species like acacia, mahogany, or shea. This burn longer and cleaner. And please, don't just cut trees anyhow. Get your wood legally and where possible. Support replanting. Illegal logging is the fastest way to lose your business before it. All right, let's go to step 2. Carbonize like a pro. Charcoal is made in kilns. While many still use traditional earth kilns, modern alternatives like the Casamance kilns or Adaman retort kilns produce better yields, reduce smoke, and are friendlier to the environment. A small investment in an improved kilns can double your output and your profit. Now, step 3, bag it right. Local sales, use 25 kg or 50 kg sacks. For export, your charcoal must be dry. dust-free and neatly packaged. Now, exporters deal in 20-foot or 40-foot containers, each holding up to 25 tons. So let's go to step 4. Know your market. If you're selling locally, look for suya sellers, grill restaurants, and food vendors in urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, or Port Harcourt, and many in Nigeria. Charcoal sells fast, especially during festive seasons. Now, exporters, on the other hand, deal with buyers in Germany, UK, Belgium, Israel, UAE, and more. You will need a registered business and export license from NEPC and reliable logistics partners. That's very important, isn't it? So let's move to 5. Learn network. Grow. You need to network and you need to grow. The charcoal business is not enter and blow. No way. You need to learn the ropes. Join export forums, visit charcoal hubs in places like Oyo, Nasarawa, Kogi, and even Ogun State. Build relationships with local producers and study what foreign buyers want. And yes, think beyond just lump charcoal. There's briquette charcoal, eco-friendly, compressed charcoal made from agricultural waste, and that's the future. It's cleaner, greener, and already catching fire somewhere far off Africa. If you get small capital and you no load, this business they pay you. You fit load one truck and make better money. But customers and forest wahala, if it spoil your market, so yes, there are risks. The government can clamp down on deforestation. Poor quality charcoal can ruin your reputation, especially with international buyers. Export delays, customs seizure, they are all real. But with knowledge, structure, and strategy, you can turn charcoal into gold. So here is your takeaways. Charcoal is not just for the poor man's stove. It's for the smart man's pocket. It's a hustle, a venture, a serious export commodity. And whether you start small or go global, it is very much a cash craft. Remember, this isn't professional investment advice. It's a spark, a mental wake-up call that opportunity is often found where people don't bother to look. Until next time, I am Grace Komolafe, and today, what did I do? I have actually helped you to turn smoke into substance on Cashcraft. From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high-demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles' heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as a majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, the crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, leaving a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust financial strategies, supportive economic policies, and modern infrastructure are crucial for the growth and success of airlines. Addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from both the government and the private sector to foster a conducive environment for aviation to thrive. Corporate governance is a multifaceted discipline that encompasses a wide range of processes, customs, policies, laws, and institutions that influence how a corporation is directed, administered, and controlled. The primary goal of corporate governance is to enhance economic efficiency with a strong focus on maximizing shareholders' welfare. Effective corporate governance has been linked to improved organizational performance, a fact supported by numerous studies. For airlines, factors such as board compositions, management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline consistently ranks among the world's most profitable, Delta Airlines. What propels this country to such heights? The answer lies in its unwavering commitment to strong corporate governance. Delta's governance structure is robust, featuring a strong independent board of directors. This board comprises individuals with diverse backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the Chief Executive Officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and you can subscribe to the Just Africa show on all our YouTube channels at the Just Africa. So, into this world, impact, like we always talk, impact is very, very important. Impact is often measured by applause, by awards, headlines, and many other things, and how loud a project can announce itself. But across Africa, real change really makes noise. It happens in classrooms where teachers show up every day, long after the cameras are gone. In communities where humanitarian support restores dignity and not independence. So right now we have Daniel Khalid Ameni, who is a co-founder and executive director, Planning for Tomorrow. He is a statistician, environmentalist, education in emergency innovator as our guest. So as a co-founder and executive director of Planning for Tomorrow, Daniel has dedicated over a decade to designing and implementing programs in education, health, protection, and livelihoods across Africa. His experience spans program delivery, NGO operations, fundraising, and stakeholder management, with a unique focus on sustainable solutions that prioritize the needs of beneficiaries over optics. Hello, Daniel. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
How is Uganda right now? How is the weather? How is everything going on there?
Uganda is doing great. We just have elections coming up this week. And of course, the weather is a very dry season right now.
Okay. All right. Welcome. Amulo is saying hi.
Hello, Mr.
Say hi to
Daniel.
him too.
I've been disturbing you the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, thank you for the support. At least I'm here on time.
Yes, you are. Okay, so let's start. Let's start from your experience. How has the pursuit of recognition influenced the way education and humanitarian programs are designed across Africa? From your wealth of experience.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again for having me. I must say, across Africa, we talk a lot about impact. We want to be recognized for the work we're doing, which is equally very, very important. But a lot of the time, you find it diverts our attention. Visibility and recognition is really important, but the impact and how long it lasts within the community and the change it creates there is more important. And to me, I feel like getting close, remaining close to the community that we serve is what can help us to actually achieve that purpose.
Okay, so looking at everything right now, where have you seen recognition, even unintentionally, dilute real impact? You know, many times people just want to take the recognition. In what particular area have you seen it dilute impact?
So I have seen a number of times, especially with my colleagues, there are people you find in a year, they are flying from January to December to different events. And when you check now, like I interact with them because they are friends to me. And then when I check with them on how they have been in touch with their community, somebody tells you, I'm just learning about what happened 3 months ago right now. And that definitely something could go wrong and you're not able to solve the problem, or when they're designing an intervention in the field and you're not there. So they may design it wrong because people that we employ are usually here with different intentions and interests. But us who started the organization or who are leading, we know the purpose. And if we are not near, very close to the community, it could lead to a wrong design or something could greatly go wrong even in the implementation.
All right, Mr. Ameni, I almost spoke French, but I don't realize French is not your mother tongue. But I see that you are a humanitarian, but majorly you're a statistician. How did you end up now forming P4T? Because I can see that written on your shirt.
Yeah.
Looks like something that you co-founded. I mean, how did you dovetail into that?
Yeah, starting P40 stands for Planning for Tomorrow. Yeah. Starting P40 really did not come because I was qualified to start it. I remember I was still in my secondary school when we started P40. It was because there was a need and we had this feeling in us that we could serve a special purpose. But studying statistics connected me with data and evidence, and I'm very passionate about trying to connect what is happening to what we are doing to in the community to what impact we are actually creating using data. With environmental health, it kind of connects because in environmental health, I studied a lot of health service delivery, the quality of it, and then environmental protection. So a lot of the things that I studied there, I'm still able to apply it in community development because we are in a refugee settlement that is situated in a former forest reserve. And when refugees settle in a place, natural resources are exploited. So I must say they don't help me directly, but the knowledge I acquired there is still able to help in my programming.
Yeah, so but then again, you've helped in designing different kind of programs from education to healthcare to an extent to sustainable community building. I mean, you run this thing for a couple of years, I'm assuming. What are the major setbacks that you've noticed? Because you mentioned a lot of gaps that you noticed from secondary school. We've seen these gaps. What are these gaps so that at least when we identify them, we can fix them?
So a lot of the time, programs are designed in boardrooms, and there's that always the gap of community, the context that you're taking this solution to. So when that happens, you find a program that is costing millions of dollars implemented over a long period of time, and when you come back now to check how it has impacted lives, you see the community is still at the same level. I've seen so many of those livelihood interventions coming to try to get people out of poverty, but the poverty level almost remains the same. The other thing that I've also seen is with the sexual exploitation and abuse. Sometimes when we are designing programs, we look at the one thing, the problem we are trying to solve, but how about the safety of the people that we are going to work with there? So we have to look into different aspects of the community. Sometimes you even implement a program and you find the gender parity is so high. Maybe only the males are coming in, and sometimes only the females are coming in, and all that you can only understand it if you're really in touch with the community.
Okay, so I want to ask, what really separates purpose-driven programs from those that are performative?
I beg your pardon on that?
Yes, I was asking, what is the difference between a purpose-driven programs and those that are just performative? Like, what are the red flags, the first red flag you personally look for when assessing sincerity when it comes to your programs generally?
Yeah, the purpose-driven interventions usually come as suggestions from the community. You get to understand the deeply rooted problems that a community is facing, and you interact with them to get to know what solution actually will work best for them. Most times, people who are facing the problem already know the solution to their problem, only that they lack resources to actually solve it and technical capacity. So if a program is not designed with the community, most of the time you find it is solving one problem and leaving others. And sometimes even the problem it is solving is not the exact problem that is really greatly affecting the community. Another thing is that sometimes when you solve one problem and then you create another problem. I have been in this place where you come distribute, for example, food to the community, and then 2 weeks later they are coming back with more issues for you to solve.
I want you to make the audience understand purpose-driven education now. When we say purpose-driven education, what does that really mean in Africa to an African?
Yeah, I will draw from my experience in Changwale refugee settlement.
Okay.
The purpose-driven education should be an education that is going to benefit the community. For example, an education, you could provide an education to a refugee or somebody in Africa from a vulnerable community. They even get a bachelor's degree, but you find them there. There are so many unemployed, not even benefiting from this education. So to me, purpose-driven education should be relevant, should be an education that when you provide to somebody, it helps them to change the narrative of their life. The struggles they are going through should become easier.
Yes. I think that's a very
That makes sense. Anyway, you always mentioned that, I mean, there's something that comes to, like, say, impact is born in proximity. What does that mean?
Yeah, impact, proximity, I mean being close to your community, being close to the people you're serving. So we all know if we wait for impact from the reports, people sit and doctor the reports and then show you these wonderful stories, but when the real life of the people is not changed at all. So with the proximity, like a leader like me, if I am close to the community, I am able to go with an intervention to create a certain impact. And through being close to them, I'm able to actually see if that impact is coming out. And if it is not coming out, if the intervention is not working, I can change, because it is not a static thing. It's something that we can change and twist around to make sure that the intended impact is actually delivered.
Okay. Have you ever thought of being recognized by the government of Uganda for what you're doing for your humanitarian services and for the impact of education that you're doing, impact of education, the kind of service you render to your community? Have you ever thought of being recognized? Like, you want to be in the face, you want people to know that this is what P4T is doing?
Yes, I have ever wanted to be recognized, but the perspective around that is that I keep hoping that when I am recognized, the recognition is going to help me deliver the services better, but not just recognition for knowing who Khalid is. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I mean...
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
So I do know that a lot of leaders do not always remain where they want to, make impact. They just do whatever program and then they go away. They don't even check for sustainability. How does your own program, the P4T, ensures that when you start a program, there's continuity even after you have left the community?
Yeah, so most of our programming really looks at community empowerment. Like, when we come to a community, we work with local leaders, but even the people that work for us, we employ them from that community. That way, we are sure that even when we leave, the knowledge, the practice will continue. For example, there's a project that ended in December, just recently, and community members are still coming. It is for protection of children and women. Community members are still coming, and some of the staff who were in that project, some of them have now transformed into another project, and I still receive them and say, okay, see so and so, he's going to help you, he's going to guide you to the next point of service, and if it just needs counseling, we still continue providing the service, because we deal with the local leaders and we deal with the local members of the local community.
Okay, so P4T, are they doing this alone, or they are in partnership with any other organization or maybe the government?
Yeah, with the government, we partner with the Office of the Prime Minister, because the protection of refugees in Uganda is under the mandate of the Directorate of Refugees in the Office of the Prime Minister. So we have this memorandum of understanding with the Office of the Prime Minister. But besides that, in our education programming, we have managed to attract some partners through good recognition through our social media platforms. So we've managed to attract some partners, and also recognition through the people we are working with within this community who appreciate the work we're doing. Partners like School for Life Foundation, partners like Partners for Equity, Altenberg Foundation, and we've also partnered with international organizations inside Uganda, like War Child Alliance and Norwegian Refugee Council. So it has been a very long journey. I can't mention all of them, but these are the most recent ones. And the Mennonite Central Committee trusted us when we were still zero, really. We were not anywhere. And they started funding us some 5 years ago.
Oh, yes, you've done so well, beautifully. And you also mentioned empowering women. Your focus is on the children and all that. My question now is P4T planning for the men as well? Do they empower the men, or it is just the women? Because if there is no balance in empowerment for both the male and the female gender, I feel there will be a kind of imbalance in the community. What do you think about that?
So P40 is a youth organization. So our major focus is youth and the women. But in the work we do, we really engage the men, because sometimes you go to a family and you find that the real problem is actually they don't have a means of livelihood. And then you find the man is able to ride a boda boda. Boda boda is a motorcycle taxi.
Okay.
And you link them to an opportunity so that they can start earning an income for the family. So that is the connection. And if anyone tries to empower a woman or a child without involving the man, who is the head of the family in our African setting, then you will just be frustrated. Because even the man, you could give a woman some money to set up a business, and the man takes the money and goes and drinks it. So we really include men in our leadership and in the programming and benefits.
I love the fact that he's saying this right now. I'm liking it, you know. You're just hitting the nail on the head.
Don't look for my trouble. I'll start with the gender war here. Mr. Mani, when you go into a community, how do you observe the gaps that because I'm assuming that different communities have different problems.
Exactly.
Right? How do you understand? How do you identify what they need?
So we right from the start, we used to have what we call the hot topic discussion. So when we go to a community, we start by going through the local leaders. But from the local leaders, we are able to also identify key questions that define the problem of the community. So, for example, we could say, how might we improve girl-child education in Changwali? And when we do that now, when we get the question through the local leaders, we now call for a community discussion. And that is what we call the hot topic session. And we get to understand deeper what the problem is. And we also understand what the potential solutions are. It is so interesting that sometimes we stress a lot looking for the solution when the interaction with the community will actually tell you that if we had this, we would actually solve this problem.
Okay. All right. So one thing I've come to know is that humans naturally want to be appreciated. You understand? Humans love a whole lot of things, and no matter how little what you do, you want to be recognized. Now, when you have people working with you, you have leaders working with you, and they are not recognized, how do you keep them committed to the cause of humanitarian services to a community?
So the way we work with leaders, it is always a collaboration. So we don't come and say we are coming to impact, to solve this and this problem. When we are meeting leaders or potential local partners, like we worked with the local artisan shops, we come and say, we have identified this problem. Do you acknowledge that it exists? Yes. And we have these proposed solutions. Would you join us in partnership to solve this problem? Sometimes we even go into paperwork to recognize that we are now partnering with this local community, this local government, or this local business to solve this problem. So we work together, and that is enough recognition, knowing that the organization, most times these businesses are really small. The organization that has come in the place is recognizing me as a partner in solving the problem.
Okay. So have you ever turned down an opportunity because it compromised your purpose?
Yes. This was in 20. Yes, I have ever turned down an opportunity. This organization wanted to come and take over the organization and change it into an Islamic school. Take over the school, not the organization, and change it into an Islamic school, provide free education and food and uniform, everything free. But their vision is very different from us, and whatever made us to start the school is really completely different from what they are doing. For me, it was really a very good thing seeing that parents struggle to pay the little contribution that we ask from them, and somebody is coming to give everything. But we had to say no. I just proposed to them that it is okay. I want this service for the community. I can help you get land from government and you set up this wonderful school for orphans and vulnerable children. But our school, we want to run it because we have a vision that we have the purpose that we want to achieve through the school.
So we hear a lot of leaders want to be known, to be the ones that initiated a particular project. I know you are like an NGO, right? Even though you say you work with the Vice President's office, or the Prime Minister's office rather. How do you begin to train people to look beyond self or personal aggrandizement, right, or adulation, and focus on fixing the problems that you see in these communities?
Yeah, so most of the people we work with are actually part of this community. I know recognition is usually something that everyone wants.
Yeah.
But you want it from where? Because if you want recognition from the community that is vulnerable, recognizing that this is one of our advocates who is able to solve our problem, then that is a very positive way of recognition. There is also recognition where you are getting recognized so that opportunities can come your way. And that opportunity is coming to help you in the purpose, in what you are doing. That is also something that we really strongly talk to our leaders about. So the recognition we talk about here is not just recognition of an individual. It is the recognition of the purpose that an individual is carrying. And most of the people I work with around here, that is the kind of belief they have. They put forward their purpose before their credentials.
Now, if you were not partnering with some international bodies, or maybe, let's say, the Office of the Prime Minister as well, would you still be in this sector? Will you still be running this humanitarian services to these communities in Uganda that you do right
now? Yes, absolutely. I would still be running it. For this community, personally, I'm also a refugee in this community. So for very many years, from 2007 when we started up to 2020, we didn't have even a partnership with the Office of the Prime Minister because we didn't have the long list of requirements that they need us to present and the resources that they want us to show that now this is the resource basket we have to implement. So we just stayed. It is like a self-help initiative. And that is what makes us really unique, because every community we go to, we create a team from the ground, and we show them this is a self-help initiative. So you should actually do what you're doing is just to help yourself. Even the government cannot stop me, because I am just helping people in my community. So if I went to another location and I empowered the local people to see it as we are helping ourselves, government can kick me out of that foreign place, but the people I have empowered there will continue supporting themselves. And then we also made it a point that whatever we are doing must be sustainable. So like our education, however small the contribution is, we make sure the parents are making that contribution. So some parents make the contribution in cash, others make contribution in kind. We even have school gardens where some parents just come and cultivate the food that learners are going to eat in this garden. So that is how we look at the sustainability. And for many years before we got funding, that is how we were running it. Some parents even just come every day, okay, once in a week, to come and provide to clean the school environment.
Wow. That's
so Mr. Amini, if you were to come into a community, right? Because essentially we want to ensure all these communities can stay sustainable. Does your NGO have some sort of programs where you train entrepreneurs or people into different kind of skills and businesses?
Yeah, so we train, our training for livelihood touches on practical skills, the vocational skills, and then it also looks at the soft skills like the entrepreneurship skills, because most times when we also empower the community, we empower them in groups so that they can support one another. So we also provide training on group dynamics. So those are some of the practical skills, vocational and soft skills that we provide.
Have you ever gone into a community and they resisted what you brought?
Yeah, because they can tell you that we are not interested.
Yeah, so most times really I don't take solutions to them. Most times I go and interact with them, and they tell me their problems and they suggest to me the solutions. And since in Africa or in this community, the problems of one community is closely related to the one of another. So when they tell me their problem and their solution, I tell them what we are doing and ask if it is relevant or if it can work in their community. Sometimes what I tell them, they show me that no, this element of the intervention cannot work here. Or it has this gap, and still they know how to fix the intervention to localize it to their context. So I've never really gotten any rejection in any community.
Nice. That's nice.
It's nice.
That's nice.
So if Africa is truly transforming education and humanitarian work in the next decade, whose mindset must change first? If we must transform, is it the leaders, is it the funders, or the community?
It is the community. I would say I love working with the community, because when I work with the community, when I change the mindset of the community, it even forces them to push leaders to do what they want. And if the leaders don't change, in the next election, the leadership changes.
Okay, and who currently holds the greatest responsibility but the least accountability?
In Africa, I must say the central government hold a very big responsibility, but when it comes to real delivery in the community, whether schools, at least in Uganda, what I know is the institutions of government are the least preferred, because those who hold this responsibility don't do a very good job on the ground.
Okay.
So if you're going to give a young person an advice, especially the one that wants to go into something similar to what you already do, what would you tell them to emphasize on or scale up on?
I would ask them to go on a self-discovery journey, understand what appeals to them, understand a personal purpose before they get to have a community purpose. And when you have a personal purpose that you really have a strong conviction in achieving, then working with the community, if it has to do with the community, working with the community becomes easier, because starting is so hard. Starting is so rough. There are days, there are years you will spend not earning a dime. But because of your personal conviction and the purpose you have chosen, you continue doing it. And then secondly, sometimes young people are too ambitious. They want to solve all the problems that they see in the community. When you're starting, you have to have a focus. You must have some things that you, 1, 2, 3 things that you're really trying to address, or meet that needs that you're trying to meet. Otherwise, if you spread so wide, then you will get stuck. You may not really progress, go forward at all.
Okay, so have you seen anyone you should, because you're dealing with so many young people, you're dealing with women, have you seen anyone that, due to the services your NGO rendered, they've been able to scale through, they've been able to grow and become successful in a particular area? Can you give us maybe one success story?
Yeah, I have success stories about the beneficiaries, and I also have success stories about people who have worked with us and learned from what we're doing and gotten that inspiration to start something for themselves. One of our students who just completed Senior 4, that is the ordinary education, level secondary education, is a founder of an organization that is providing beekeeping skills. And right now, he is now working with 49 households in the community, and he helps them, provides them with the skills to keep bees for honey and bee venom. Personally, he has also succeeded a lot because he's currently serving in the Youth Advisory Board of a big international funding organization in Uganda.
Wow, that's a beautiful success.
And recently he got a scholarship to go and study from South Africa.
Oh,
Started with us when he has been with us for more than 10 years in our school.
Hello, is that many?
Okay. Yes, I think...
no, I think it's a network problem.
Yes.
But that last one he said is now making me feel like I'm not... No, because he's already working with like 49?
No, did you get that?
Families.
Okay, yes. Welcome back. We had an internet glitch.
Yeah. Oh, so the boy is benefiting 49 households.
Wow.
Okay, due to the internet glitch, we'll try to fix that. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, the conversation with Daniel and Mini will continue. Stay with us.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, will deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. And we'll be having this beautiful conversation with Daniel Ameni. And he's still standing by. Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
Yes,
Am I
thank you for
clear now?
staying tuned. Yes, very, very. Okay, so what is the most dangerous lie? I know you were talking about some success stories, but for time factor, I want to ask some of the dangerous lies young people are told about success and impact.
Yeah, so if I'm to talk about the dangerous lies, you know, success is presented in a way that it looks easy to achieve. But the reality is not true, because when you see somebody at a level like where P40 is right now, the journey has been rough. And I know what I'm saying is every leader can actually connect with that. So you have to make a lot of personal sacrifice on your side to be able to create impact in the community.
Okay. And what truth must they hold on to? What truth?
So the truth that they must hold on to is that first of all, when you have a personal purpose, then you must have a very high level of persistence, because so many people will say no to you. So many people are going to tell you that what you're doing is not really going to produce, is not going to produce the result that you are talking about. But if you believe in what you're doing and you have the persistence to push up to that result that you aim at getting to, then that is the only way you are going to achieve it. And when you get there, you must remember that you are there to be accountable to the people that you serve. And you stay close. Even when work takes you far, you must find a way to connect with the people you serve as soon as possible.
So if you have advice to give African leaders, from the communities to the local councils to the states, what would that generic advice be?
I would say everyone has a potential to change their narrative. Even the most vulnerable person does not need handout. But what are we as leaders focusing on? Are we focusing on solving the problem we are seeing, the current problem, meeting the current need, or we are looking at creating a sustainable generational change? And if that is going to happen, we must listen to the people. We must understand the problem very well and the needs and the solutions that they are giving. and then we empower the individual not to meet the current need or solve the current problem, but to change their narrative.
Yeah, thank you so much, Daniel Khalid Amini, for joining us on today's show. But before we let you go, you are Uganda. Uganda is a country. What part of Uganda are you from, and what dialect do you speak?
So I am actually a Congolese refugee who has been in Uganda since 1997. I was less than 10 years old then. So the dialect I speak is Swahili, not the Tanzanian Swahili, but the Congolese Swahili mixed with English and Lingala. And in Uganda, I also speak many other dialects now, like the Runyoro, where I am, because I'm near Lake Albert, that is far west of the country. I also speak some Luo, because that is where I arrived when I first came to Uganda.
Okay, so right now, there are so many languages that you can actually speak, because your roots are connected to different places. I saw you're going to greet our audience. I don't know if you're going to speak.
How about one of them? Let's use one of them.
Maybe one after the other. The Swahili, Congolese.
Or the Lu. Use all the languages that you can speak.
Because this is just Africa. We want the people to feel the vibe of Africa. So we start with dialect, greeting people and expressing yourself. Maybe 1 minute.
Abari Jevaleko Iteningo Oliotia. Bonjour. Yeah, I think that's all.
Oh, that's about 5 languages. Wow.
He's right. That was great.
Thank you so much for joining us on the show. And we hope that when we call for you next time, you will still be available to share your insights.
Thank you, too, for hosting me here. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to share about my leadership and the work that we're doing here in Uganda.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so Abolo.
I'm impressed that, thank you, thank you for asking that question, because I didn't think he was not even Ugandan.
Yeah.
But he's Congolese, and he's a refugee since he's been a refugee, but the thing is, he didn't let that status hold him down. Immediately, he started seeing how he could fix the problem from where he is. And I don't know whether the DR Congo now has lost one brilliant person. He doesn't
He's not forgetting his roots. That's what
Uganda now just learned this, because he didn't seem like he's going to leave his communities. He's somebody who is in there, and he's been making that impact and teaching he's been mentoring people who can also sustain whatever vision that he already has, and that's amazing. Imagine if we have hundreds of his kind or thousands of his kind in pockets of communities across Africa. There are some problems that we can easily solve ourselves. We just need to open our eyes. I like the fact that his strategy is, when we get there, we'll first mingle. We are not coming there to say, oh, we want to come and change something. We'll mingle first, ask you, what's the problem here? Okay, what solutions do you have? Right? Before we now say, okay, this one that I have, this is our own. That makes sense. Because what we usually do is, the white people will come, this place is very old.
The solutions
to all our problems. We don't even understand whether our solutions can even be embraced by people that are there. But this is a good initiative, and I do hope that it has inspired somebody else to continue some works like this.
Yes, so Khalid's work highlights that African leaders in education, humanitarian and development sectors must prioritize purpose over recognition. Sustainable impact comes not from stages or awards, but from systems, proximity, and consistency. Governments, donors, and NGOs are encouraged to value and support grounded leadership, while young leaders should embrace presence, accountability, and data-led decision-making. A very big thank you to you, dear viewers, for staying tuned and joining us on Just Africa today. Please don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa channel on our YouTube. My name is Omevi Idolor. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties, and we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground, and that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military had not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things. And that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance, maybe about 50 naira or 60 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the alif, ba, ta, sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school. They stay with us. We are about 20 in the house where we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now, maybe like a respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we are all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are not to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. Let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the unit is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact, we never knew. In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Odumakers, we had the Bazunos in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. The unity, our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when you are going to higher institutions. Even some higher institutions are within certain areas. So we don't interact, we don't intermix, we don't even know the culture of other people. But in those days, it was a little bit different. We have to start reshaping a lot of things. And in the reshaping, it's not for us. It's not for the present generation. It's to look for the future generation. In the socialist life in those days, they used to talk about what do you call it now? Absence of manual labor. That is, machines will do the work. We are human beings will sit down and just be looking, and machines will do the work. We are getting to that stage very soon. Even we are almost there. In those days, we used to have what we call telephone operators. That type of job is gone. In those days, every office has its secretary, or what do you call it, a secretary that we type, do all these things. Now, that job is gone. The MD, the secretary is just to make arrangements. In those days, you have to have dictators, you have to dictate messages, you have to take minutes. Now, AI is doing everything. So there's going to be a lot of job losses. But in creating new jobs, that's a problem. The problem, and at the rate our population is going, is continuing to have a lot of jobless people. But how do we manage it? How do we get to that? That's the problem.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, well, it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector-driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world. And 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by two core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. It hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you are bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered yesterday in distinction. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitator, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed, and I also there are some things I'm taking home. For instance, now. Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go tea party, shopping, but it's not the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can. In a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks forward on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them in achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, operation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destination, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
is Com Henry Itauma. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of life all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children. Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protests. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corporate. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, the merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, SOUQ, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. We interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromolaran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. We have worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment. Treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for it. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explore a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money or whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, it is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we'll look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice, you are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies. You know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media. We have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate development, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessment, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know. And these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had a former Minister of Health, that great woman, Ponja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact on influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in the intellectual discourse and in intellectual environment. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer, oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetics. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologists, you have the anesthesiologist, you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are pre-surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core texts and materials. They have the sections for the core texts and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we have some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read, but I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, They come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography. You have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We are started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shukoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. 15 Nigerian states plan over 10 trillion naira infrastructure spending in 2026, boosting roads, schools, and hospitals. United Nations says 21,807 refugees in Nigeria remain unregistered, lacking access to food, healthcare, and basic services. Somalia announced United Arab Emirates agreement, including port and defense deals, accusing Abu Dhabi of sovereignty interference. President Trump's 25% Iran tariff threat heightens tensions with China, reviving first-term trade dispute globally. And in sport news, Super Eagles Victor Boniface begins knee rehab in Austria, out for remainder of 2025-2026 season. Details in a moment. Nigerian states are projected to spend more than 10 trillion naira on infrastructure in 2026, reflecting an aggressive push to upgrade roads, schools, hospitals, and public utilities, according to an analysis of state budget documents. Now, the spending surge signals renewed subnational focus on capital projects amid rising urbanization pressures. States with the largest allocation prioritize transport networks, healthcare facilities, and education infrastructure, while also committing funds to water supply, housing, and urban renewal. Analysts say the scale of investments could stimulate jobs and local growth, but may heighten borrowing risk if revenues underperform. Now, fiscal experts caution that execution will be critical, warning that delays, court overruns, and weak oversight could dilute impact. They urge stronger project management, transparency, and revenue mobilization to ensure the infrastructure drive delivers long-term economic and social returns for residents amid tightening budgets and growing demand for accountable public spending nationwide from state governments this year. Nigeria's federal government has directed nighttime repair work on the Lagos-Ota-Abeokuta road to address critical infrastructure failures and ease traffic congestions on one of the country's busiest corridors. The Ministry of Works said urgent maintenance will focus on restoring key sections of the road where structural weaknesses and potholes have caused significant delays, especially during peak hours. Officials assured motorists that work will be carried out mostly at night to minimize disruption and that safety measures, including proper signage and traffic diversion plans, will be implemented throughout the repair period. Nigeria's spending on imported refined petroleum products fell sharply by 54% over 2 years, declining from $14.58 billion in the first 9 months of 2023 to $6.71 billion in the same period of 2025, according to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria's Balance of Reports. The steep drop reflects reduced reliance on foreign fuel supplies, driven largely by increased domestic refining capacity and tighter foreign exchange conditions. Analysts say the trend signals progress in curbing import dependency that has long strained Nigeria's external reserves and exposed the economy to global oil price shocks. Lower fuel imports have helped ease pressure on the naira and improve the country's trade position, even as energy demand remains high. However, economists caution that sustaining the gains will depend on consistent refinery output, stable supply chains, and policy discipline to prevent a return to a heavy importation. The Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, has announced the commencement of a new standard operating procedure to regulate courier companies operating under the Delivered Duty Paid income term. Now, the SOUP is aimed at strengthening compliance, improving revenue collection, and closing loopholes and the clearance of goods delivered through courier services across the country. Under the new framework, courier operators will be required to meet stricter documentation, declaration, and payment standards before consignments are released. Customs said the procedure clarifies responsibilities for duty payment, valuation, and cargo tracking, while ensuring that all inputs under the DDP arrangement are properly assessed and accounted for. Now, the service noted that the SOP will enhance transparency, curb abuse of courier channels for under-declaration and smuggling, and align Nigerians' practices with international trade standards. Stakeholders were advised to familiarize themselves with the new rules to avoid sanctions, delays, and penalties as enforcement begins nationwide. The federal government has launched a new federal government of Nigeria FGN saving bonds offer aimed at retail investors, according to a document released by the Debt Management Office DMO. Now, the bond provides competitive interest rates and low entry requirements, making it accessible to a wide range of Nigerians seeking safe investment options. Officials said the initiative is part of the government's broader strategy to deepen domestic capital markets and encourage savings among households. Investors can participate through authorized banks and primary dealers. Now, with the government highlighting the proceeds from the bond will support fiscal operations and public projects, analysts view the offer as an opportunity to strengthen domestic financing and provide a secure avenue for individual investors to earn stable returns. At least 21,807 foreign refugees and asylum seekers fleeing violence in neighboring countries remain unregistered in Nigeria, the United Nations had said, leaving thousands without access to food aid, healthcare, and other essential services. The United Nations said the affected individuals, many of whom escaped conflict and insecurity across West and Central Africa, fall outside official registration systems that determine eligibility for humanitarian support without documentation. They are unable to benefit from structured assistance programs and remain highly vulnerable to hunger, disease, and exploitation. The situation has raised concerns among humanitarian agencies, which warn that prolonged gaps in registration could worsen living conditions and strain host communities. The United Nations urged stronger coordination between Nigerian authorities and international partners to accelerate registration, expand protection services, and ensure refugees are fully integrated into humanitarian response planned across the country. At least 5 electricity distribution companies supplied a disproportionate share of power to less commercially viable and poorly metered feeders in the third quarter of 2025. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, reported Benin, Kaduna, Ibadan, Yola, and Port Harcourt discos showed significant negative variances between their billing efficiency and energy accounting efficiency, a key regulatory metric tracking electricity allocation across customer bands under the multi-year tariff order. Now, the imbalance led to an estimated 147.92 billion naira loss due to billing inefficiencies, highlighting challenges in revenue collection and electricity accounting. NERC officials stressed the need for stricter monitoring and improved feeder management to prevent future revenue leakages and enhance the financial sustainability of Nigeria's power distribution sector. Still to come in the news, Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi and South Korean President Lee Jae-myung met in Japan earlier today as the two neighbors sought to strengthen security ties and deepen economic cooperation. We'll bring you more after this break. Stay tuned.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%. driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rates at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Welcome back to All the World News. Somali's government announced that it is annulling all agreements with the United Arab Emirates, UAE, including port contracts and defense and security cooperation, accusing the Gulf nation of undermining its national sovereignty. The decision comes amid rising tensions between Mogadishu and Abu Dhabi, with Somali officials claiming the United Arab Emirates acted in ways that compromised the country's control over strategic assets and decision-making. All bilateral arrangements are now considered void, and Somali authorities say they will review future partnerships carefully to protect national interest. While the UAE has yet to respond, analysts warn that the move could affect regional trade and security collaborations, heightening diplomatic strains in the Horn of Africa and prompting broader scrutiny of foreign investment in Somali's key economic and military sectors. Morocco's prolonged 7-year drought has ended following abundant rainfall this winter. Water Minister Nizar Baraka told Parliament rain levels recorded so far are up to 95% compared with the same period last year and 17% above seasonal average, signaling a major improvement in water availability across the country. Officials said the rains are expected to replenish reservoirs and support agriculture after years of severe shortages. Baraka highlighted the importance of sustained monitoring and management to ensure long-term water scrutiny, emphasizing that while rainfall eases immediate pressures, climate variability remains a concern for Morocco's water resources in the coming years. Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te expressed gratitude to Canada on Tuesday for its backing during recent Chinese military drills, highlighting the growing closeness between the two sides. Lai made the remarks shortly before Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's scheduled visit to China, signaling the importance of economic and political engagement with Taiwan, despite the lack of formal diplomatic ties. Beijing has increased military pressure on the democratic island, prompting Taipei to strengthen international partnerships. Analysts say Taiwan's engagement with Canada reflects efforts to secure support from like-minded nations while countering Chinese threats, even as Canada balances its diplomatic relations with Beijing. Now, Taiwan and the United States have reached a broad consensus in the ongoing tariff negotiations, with both sides now discussing timetable for a concluding meeting, Taipei announced on Tuesday. Sources familiar with this discussion indicated an official announcement could be made by the end of the month. Talks aim to reduce U.S. tariffs on Taiwanese exports from 20% to 15%, a move Taipei has pushed for since December to boost trade competitiveness and ease pressure on exporters. Officials said the discussion have been constructive, signaling progress towards resolving long-standing trade frictions between the two partners. Analysts note that a final agreement could strengthen Taiwan's economic ties with the U.S., improve market access for key industries, and provide greater certainty for companies dependent on bilateral trade, while reinforcing Taiwan's strategic economic positioning in the region. Oil prices extended gains earlier today, with Brent futures rising toward recent multi-weeks high and U.S. West Texas Intermediate also climbing as heightened concerns about supply disruptions from Iran outweighed expectations of increased crude output from Venezuela. Traders are watching geopolitical risk closely, aiming rising unrest and possible export impact. Brent futures climbed about 0.4% to around $64.115 $65.115 a barrel, hovering near two-month peaks set in recent sessions. Now, with the WTI rose roughly 0.5%, supported by fears that Iranian exports could be constrained if current political instability worsens. The risk premium has helped sustain price momentum despite ongoing discussions about Venezuelan oil returning to market. Analysts say the market is balancing conflicting signals, geopolitical supply risk in the Middle East against potential increases from Venezuela. Investors continue to monitor development in both regions, as well as broader economic data that could influence crude demand and price direction in the weeks ahead. India's palm oil imports fell to an 8-month low in December, according to a leading trade body, as refiners shifted to rival oils, including soy oil and sunflower oil. Now, the decline reflects weaker seasonal demand during the winter months, with buyers seeking more cost-effective or locally available alternative. Analysts note that refiners adjusted their purchasing power patterns to balance supply costs and domestic consumption trends. Now, despite the drop in palm oil shipments, India's overall edible oil imports remained robust, supported by ongoing demand for cooking oils across the country, with importers expected to resume higher palm oil purchases once seasonal consumption strengthens in the coming months. Japanese Prime Minister Tsunai Chikaichi and South Korean President Lee Jae-myung met in Japan earlier today as the two neighbors sought to strengthen security ties and deepen economic cooperation amid rising regional tensions. The talks focused on defense coordination, intelligence sharing, and responses to North Korea's missile program, as well as expanding trade, technology collaboration, and supply chain resilience. Both the leaders reaffirmed the importance of close alignment between Tokyo and Seoul, describing improved relations as essential for regional stability and prosperity. They also discussed trilateral cooperation with the United States, emphasizing deterrence, maritime security, and joint military readiness on the economic front. Officials highlighted efforts to ease trade frictions, promote investment, and cooperate in key sectors such as semiconductors, energy transitions, and advanced manufacturing. Now, the meeting signals continued momentum and rebuilding ties after years of strained relations, with both governments positioning cooperation as a strategic necessity in an increasingly uncertain geopolitical environment. Still to come in the news, finance minister from the G7 and key global economies convened in Washington on Monday to tackle reliance on China for rare earth minerals. We'll bring you more of this after the break.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for a neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere.
Welcome back. U.S. President Donald Trump's threat to impose a 25% tariff on countries trading with Iran has raised fresh tensions with Beijing, Tehran's key partner, challenging Chinese leader Xi Jinping's global image and commercial strategy. Analysts say the move risks reopening the old dispute from Trump's first term when U.S. sanctions on Iran and scrutiny of Chinese firms like Huawei sparked diplomatic friction. During Trump's earlier administration, China faced mounting pressure over its economic ties with Iran, including controversial arrest of Canada and of Huawei founder Ren Zhengfei's daughter at U.S. insistence, which inflamed diplomatic relations and left lingering resentment. Beijing viewed such actions as direct interference in its commercial interest and strategic partnerships. Observers warn that renewed U.S. pressure on Iran could complicate China's trade policies, forcing Xi to balance support with Tehran for global economic ambitions while maintaining stability in U.S.-China relations. The European Union and South America Mercosur's bloc have finalized a landmark trade deal after more than 25 years of negotiations, officials and analysts said, marking a major expansion in economic ties. The pact covers Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay, and is expected to open markets, boost commerce, and strengthen regulatory alignment across the Atlantic. The agreement comes amid growing recognition that the U.S. influence in the region has waned in recent decades as trade with China surged and economic reliance on Washington declined. Observers suggest the deal highlights the limit of pressure tactics employed by the Trump administration in Latin America. The accord is projected to create new opportunities for European exporters, enhance investment flows, and support economic integration with Mercosur, while signaling a rebalancing of geopolitical influence in the region. Now, both sides have committed to implementing the deal while addressing environmental and labor standards. Denmark and Greenland will engage U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Wednesday to discuss concerns over President Donald Trump's renewed push to assert control over Greenland. The Danish foreign minister said the meeting comes amid heightened tensions surrounding the Arctic island, which remains an autonomous territory under the Kingdom of Denmark. Danish Foreign Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen and Greenland's Vivian Molecular formally requested the session with Rubio to clarify sovereignty issues and address potential security implications of U.S. ambitions. Trump threats have prompted an ease in both Copenhagen and the Nuuk as European powers rally to support Greenland's autonomy. The talks are expected to cover diplomatic, security and economic dimensions, with both Denmark and Greenland seeking assurances that the island's self-governance and strategic interest will be respected. Officials stress the meeting is crucial to maintaining stability and avoiding escalation in the Arctic. Finance ministers from the G7 and key global economies convened in Washington on Monday to tackle reliance on China for rare earth minerals, exploring strategies such as setting a price floor and forging new supply partnerships. And the meeting was organized by U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Attending ministers included representatives from Japan, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Canada, and the United States, alongside officials from Australia, Mexico, South Korea, and India. Discussion focused on diversifying supply chains and encouraging investment in alternative sources to secure critical minerals for technology and defense industries. Now, the talks comes amid growing concerns over China's dominance in rare earth production, which has been a focal point of geopolitical tensions and economic risk. Officials emphasize collaboration to reduce vulnerability, ensure stable pricing, and support sustainable development over global supply network. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney will travel to China on Tuesday to engage in discussions on trade and international security as Ottawa navigates increasingly tense relations with the United States. Now, the visit comes amid ongoing trade disputes with the United States annexation threat under President Donald Trump, prompting Canada to seek alternative diplomatic and economic partners. Now, this marks the first official trip by a Canadian Prime Minister to Beijing since 2017, highlighting the growing importance Ottawa places on strengthening ties with China. Carney's talks are expected to cover trade agreements, investment opportunities, and broader regional security concerns, reflecting Canada's strategic pivot towards Asia. Analysts say the visit could signal a critical shift in Canada-China relations, potentially easing economic pressure on Canadian businesses affected by U.S. tariffs, while enforcing Canada's commitment to diversifying its international partnership amid North American uncertainties. In sport news, Super Eagles striker Victor Boniface has commenced rehabilitation following a successful knee operation in Innsbruck, Austria, ruling him out for the remainder of 2025-2026 season. Now, the Nigerian international opted for surgery after extensive medical consultations to address the injury. Boniface shared an update on Sunday via Snapchat, posting a short video showing him working with a physiotherapist as he begins the first phase of his recovery. Now, the player is expected to follow a structured rehabilitation plan aimed at regaining full fitness ahead of international duty. Coaches and medical staff are monitoring his progress closely, with the focus on long-term recovery and preventing further injury. Fans and teammates have sent messages of support as Boniface starts the journey back to full competitive action. Still in sport news, Tottenham Hotspur are poised to complete the signing of England international Conor Gallagher from Atletico Madrid, reports said, moving ahead of Aston Villa in transfer race. And the 25-year-old midfielder has attracted interest due to his Premier League experience and dynamic midfield play. Spurs are reportedly ready to meet Atletico Madrid's £35 million valuation in full, with both clubs expecting the deal to conclude shortly. Now, Gallagher's arrival would strengthen Tottenham's midfield options as they seek to bolster squad depth and creativity for the remainder of the season. The England international has impressed during his spells in the Premier League and is expected to make an immediate impact in Tottenham, offering tactical versatility and attacking support. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a quick recap of today's top stories. 15 Nigerian states plan over 10 trillion naira infrastructure spending in 2026, boosting roads, schools, and hospitals. United Nations says 21,807 refugees in Nigeria remain unregistered, lacking access to food, healthcare, and basic services. Somalia annuls United Arab Emirates agreements, including port and defense deals, accusing Abu Dhabi of sovereignty interference. While President Donald Trump's 25% Iran tariff threat heightens tension with China, reviving first-term trade disputes globally. And in sport news, Super Eagles Victor Boniface begins knee rehab in Austria, out for remainder of 2025-2026 season. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Thanks for watching.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine, defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, schools debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry, went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry. I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, how come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent? And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, you were not paying attention. So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, we were trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have heard. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without... I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied Piper of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By a famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there. With all humility. If I had been groomed